just got to get it up on my phone. It should be good to go. The volume. It's a good sign. The lighter click. Alright, it's all good. Right, let's check. It's the one. I think we're going. Loaf horse. I was 11% through Sandswept. I ended up doing the mission to unlock the steel pipes facility because I was doing that duplication glitch, and that was the only resource I didn't have. So I kind of figured, while I'm while I'm cashing in, I may as well. Yeah, it was the next mission to do, and then it unlocks the steel pipes facility. Then I had a steel pipe. Then I could clone it, and yeah, rake in the money. Although I haven't got the construction zone unlocked yet, so. Oh, it does actually start. Ah, not for very long. At least it let it start. Yeah, I drove that. For some reason, I thought I had a snorkel. Like, not quite to its roof, but I thought it was at least, like, a little bit above the wing mirror. But no. Kenneth Russ, Wolf, hope all is well. I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? And Brillinia, good evening. How's it going? Good to have you joining us. I'm just trying to think where what I've got to tell you that I've done before the stream. And Rebel, morning mate, how's it going, dude? Good to have you join as well. I just saw your message saying you might not be here for the whole stream, but yeah, I hope you're feeling a bit better, man. I think I laid the sand for that road last week, right at the end. I just paved that quickly. I didn't really need to do that. I did a line, like, pave that road along there to make that a bit easier. I did the mission to do that road, which in the end I'm glad I did because they're all glitching and being weird and getting stuck here for a while. I paved that road, which I believe I'll need an AI to drive it, or I might have to drive a semi-truck up there. Also, at the end of the AI mission, my dumper truck just dumped like the entire load of sand here, so I ended up just smoothing it all out, hence like that was a bit unnecessary. And then I built that road as well. I didn't quite bother paving it up there. What else did I do? Like I say, here, well, I've done the duplication glitch, so I've got plenty of, like, over 1,000 of each resource. Yeah, I did the mission to unlock the steel pipes facility. I just had to send an AI route there, which is the route you can see. And then there was also drop 3 concrete slabs off there, so that was it. Nothing too crazy. And I think that's about it. I got all my road building things along here, because I know that Tiffletown missions will get unlocked at some point, so that saves driving that over. I also got some steel pipes in the mule because I got a mission to fix some pipes along there, so that sort of skips that bit. And I got a mule down here and I've picked up the 2 barrels, I don't know, fuel things. I don't know, why can I not think what the name is? Is there a name for them? It just says object. Gas tanks, that's it. I don't know why I couldn't think of that one. Yeah, 2 gas tanks there, and I think that's about everything. I ended up going for a little trip just to uncover some clouds with the Don 72 Malamute, but as I said, I drove it, yeah. I kind of figured the road zips along there, so I was hoping to go through the deep bit and back up onto the road, but it was not to be. I drowned myself. Yeah, so I think that's everything. I'll do this one while I'm going. Infrastructure route, yeah, and replace pipes, so we'll get the route done. I suppose I could have done this before. Where am I actually going? Oh, down there. Pretty simple. Yeah, it's a little bit of a rush job versus the roads I do on my normal playthrough. As long as it gets the job done. It's looking good. Yeah, Rebel, not sure how long I'll last tonight. Yeah, I hope you're feeling a bit better, man. Boa, hey there, Mr. Lone Lemon. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Right, that's that, and then I think it's already tracking. Yeah. So go and fix 3 pipes, which, again, saved having to slowly load them into the mule. Oh, that's weird. Earlier it had all 3 strapped. I think that's like a glitch when it... Fuck you. I don't know, when you reload, for some reason the straps are missing I've never actually tested if they are actually missing though, or if it's just like a sort of visual glitch. See if we can overtake this guy. I wouldn't bet too much on it in the mule, but I don't know. We're level to start. Take him on the outside. I think I want to go across here actually. Boa. Hello Rebel, glad you can make it. I had to watch the rest of the live stream after the fact. Oh yeah, I should be able to reach it, but this crane is kind of pushing its luck. I think I actually did it from the other side last time, we'll see. Just as long as I don't tip over. I was thinking about it. Oh fuck. Well, I should have kept the crane legs out. Always forget to unstrap. Now it's picked fucking bottom pipe. Let's try that one instead. Oh yeah. And I've got to remove this pipe. It's going great. Oh my god. It actually did me like that. And the crane won't lift. Well, that mission went fantastically. What have we got? Okay, I should be able to ram it over. I hope it can. You can't dump sand all along here. See if it'll... I assume it'll say. Yeah, like it just doesn't appear until sort of further down here. Which I know normally you have like boxes where the garage is and that, but that one seems a bit extreme. So one sec, I just clicked on my chat window because it was overlapped by another window. I couldn't quite see what it was saying. Hopefully this can tip it over. If not, I can always pour the sand. That'll kind of move the mule a little bit. Rebel, is that the question she asked you? Derek the Wallen, hey Wolf in chat. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. See again, they seriously need to add more in this game is like vehicles with winches, because I know this hasn't got a winch. But stuff like the Land Rover and that wouldn't be able to pull this mule over, it would just wheel spin really, so... Saying that yet, before I tip too much... You know what, I probably won't do that yet, because I don't want it to get in the way of the, where I'm putting the pipe. What I should have done is just gone on the other side, which is what I did last time for some reason. Switched sides and it didn't go well. What's the one? Which is... Fucking, I wish they'd make tracked vehicles able to turn. They can turn if they're on a completely flat ground, but they're completely fucking useless as soon as they're on anything except flat ground. Thankfully, this thing is out. For some reason, I don't know, it's like I was hooked on the, where the pipe connects. Anyway. Let's do that from here, because I can always... I'll recover the mule worst case instead of faffing around with all that. Oh yeah, and it dropped all my pipes. This is another thing that annoys the shit out of me in this game. How I can't reach the pipe because one of the lines is red. Whoever decided to add that feature should promptly remove it. help. Or not. Just keep going backwards. Nope. Do you know what? Fuck it. I'll just recover the fucking thing and drive it back. I could sit there for the next 2 minutes trying to reverse it, but it would just annoy me how weak it is. Quicker just to do it this way. It's a pretty disastrous start, but you get it. That's the nice thing about videos, you can just edit them out. Oh shit. Trying to multitask. Well, at least we know how blind people would drive. Something like this. Oh my god, how many gears do you fucking need, mule? Reach at that time. Jonathan, is that Kishnik? How's it going, Wolf? I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? Boa, how many pints were you in when you laid that rotor? That was fully sober. God only knows what it looked like if I was drunk. Although it'll probably be some paradoxically like... It'll be immaculate. As soon as I have a pint of beer, it'll look like AI did the whole thing. As I said, after the AI route, the dump truck just dumped a fat pile of sand here on its own. And yeah, I just had to spread it out. Although, to be fair, I admit, the rest of this isn't... It's not exactly high class. Has anyone noticed recently, like, you hold L1 to press straps. I know it'll work now because I'm bloody babying it. But it won't register the L1 button, and then you end up like turning your all-wheel drive off, turning your diff locks off or whatever, because it's just not listening to half of the control. I think since they did patch 2.0, what did they actually fix on patch 2.0? Because if I'm not mistaken, there's just been a whole lot of bugs since then, but I can't really think of it. They patched the duplication glitch, which no one was particularly complaining about to begin with. Oh, fucking straps. See, it just did it then, and it just turned my diffs off, because it won't listen to L1. Let's pull in, in fact, no, fuck it. This pipe should just knock it out. Oh, and it landed in there. Job's a good one. The duality of missions. First one went horrific. That one went pretty well. Rebel, sorry mate, head's getting heavy, better go lay down. Yeah, best to go chill for a bit, dude. The old, the live stream will be here when you get back. Yeah, suffer from quite a lot of headaches myself, but they do suck to say the least. The last thing you want to really do is be looking at a screen. Just swing it. Nope, not enough. start, Kelly. Derek Wallen, not too bad. How are you? Yeah, I'm all good, cheers, dude. Felt pretty tired earlier. It just sort of hit me, but not even a power nap. Laid there. That's why I was a bit late posting the. I'll do a live stream in about half an hour. Resting my eyes, I was. Yeah, I've not built that bridge yet. I was gonna, but then I went and did the duplication glitch instead. So now I have 1100 logs. But now I can't be bothered using the crayfish. Because, yeah, there's pretty lack of choice. What was Kelly saying? What mission have we got? Okay, let's do this. Delivering the semi-truck. Which should, in theory, be easier. Because of my perfectly neat roads, Boa. I think you'll agree. Pretty damn smooth. Jonathan, pretty good. P.S. You said the last name correctly. Most people don't. Ah, that's cool, man. I'm trying to tempt these things, but yeah. Not always getting them right. Kishnik. So what sort of nationality are you? What sort of region of the world does that sort of name hail from? Oh, typical as a bloody AI here. He's lucky as well. I went for the American drive-by. Normally I'd shove them off the road and make them overtake the British way. Real Kestrel, hello Wolves. Greets as usual from Canada. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. At least on Sandswept there's no bloody pissing down with rain every 2 minutes.
There's one nice thing about dealing with these oil moguls. You help them out of it, and now we don't have to worry about fuel for a while. That's what I call a mutually profitable transaction.
Is that these ones? Yeah, let's do that then. So then I can, at some point, get the concrete slab facility unlocked, because now I've got enough slabs, but I assume when I do that it'll unlock the concrete bridge, which has 20 sections, not 10. And then I think I go from like that sort of place over to here. Made it so much easier just to get up to like the Elamir section and all that. I definitely sort of recommend doing it. Yeah, so I've got to deliver 2... Oh, select a vehicle. Yeah, 2 of these, and then there's also an AI route as well. Do you know what, I may as well use my road. I was going to go that way, but... I wonder if it can climb up that paved section. We're about to find out. It should do. I imagine it'll be slow as fuck, but when isn't the mule? Let's just go low gear so it doesn't have to change through 8 million gears. Boa, smoother than a porcupine's back, eh, Wolf? It certainly is. Like a bold hedgehog. Really? Unless I'm thinking of the wrong hill, I'm pretty sure my paver climbed up this hill earlier. I didn't have it activated, because that catches on everything. It's more just this fucking rock. But I can't really move over. The mule. Yeah, they need... I think by now, they just need to add, like, the ability to upgrade vehicles in this game. Because this mule would be a prime example. Like, that's it. Entire route fucked because of a stupid little 5-inch rock. Not even 5-inch rock. But this thing can't drive over. Yeah, I think there's quite a few vehicles that would benefit. I think, like, you've got the rusty version and the new versions, but I don't think the new versions are that much better. Versus, like, the range of upgrades you had on SnowRunner. Like, you could get a stock CK 1500 or whatever. Versus, like, a fully upgraded one is kind of like a bit of a night and day difference. Whereas in this game, yeah, it probably adds a little, like, extra 10% or whatever. And it's certainly, obviously, the brand new vehicles are better, but... this is a brand new mule. And, yeah. Especially the fact that they force us to use this. Oh my god, what the fucking chances? Piss off. Of course, now my mule's got to go back through 8 million gears. The name itself is German, but I live in the US. Ah, fair enough. See, did you hear how many gear changes did it do up that hill? Got to be in about like 14th gear already. At least my resource storage is. That's what it looks like, by the way, I suppose, when your resource thing is full. That's how many, like, logs, pipes, beams and slabs it's got. Yeah, that one's a bit of a rough road as well, but I sort of didn't really do it properly. I was just bringing the vehicles down to here to pave that road. But I still say it's worth doing. Saves you looping all the way around. Oh yeah, as well before the stream, nowhere in particular, but I just kind of went around and moved a lot of rocks out of the way of the roads. There's probably still one or two here and there, because the Don Malamute, I like it because it's a very quick vehicle. It's handy on the racetrack on Deluge and all that. But it's extremely light. Even like the small rocks, the smallest rocks you could winch to it, only just is able to pull them off the road. Any of the bigger rocks, it just wasn't even worth it, really.
I think we can call Operation Restore the Concrete
Oh,
Plant
yeah.
a success. My naming of operations, not so much. Anywho, it's all thanks to you as usual. I mean that.
She says now that she's going to give me concrete bridge designs.
Of course, we have a long road ahead.
But she says it before I've completed the mission, and I wondered last time, did she give it to us early? No. Goddamn cock blocker. I mean, really, that message should pop up after you've finished the mission. And then an AI route I've got to do as well. Yeah, definitely still not even unlocked it after putting those down. Where is this heading? Oh, concrete plant. Makes sense, I suppose. I'll allow it. Yeah, I believe I laid this road tonight. Yeah, I must have. I wasn't too far into this map. I just kind of got on it, I think, at the end of last week's live stream. Got a few things done. But mostly, really, like, I'm near enough sort of starting the map, other than, yeah, got a few roads and everything on the go. I think these AI are at least going the same way, so they shouldn't crash into each other too much. It's pretty mad considering, like, how, I don't know, they don't send AI vehicles that often, but the amount of times they end up crashing into each other. Because they always make, like, the routes overlap. The amount of roads you have on these maps, and they always send the AI down, like, the same few little bits. Oh, do you know what? I should have done that first, really, because then that can tick along. Well, it doesn't really matter. I can go to another mission. Do you know what? Yeah, let's do that quickly for 10 fuel. In fact, yeah, because then I can unlock a sand quarry. Derek Llewellyn, that's good to hear, man. Justin Lynch, hi, how's it going, dude? Ooh, yeah, good to have you join us. Chris C7, what does low gear even do in this game? Does it not give more torque like in SnowRunner? I don't think so, for the most part. To me, it more seems, if anything, like it literally just makes your gear, like, horrifically slow. at best, there might be times with some of the faster vehicles where it stops your wheel spin, so at least you're not just like wheel spin slipping off the terrain. But honestly, I've tested it quite a few times, like just on my own time. Yeah, I mean, prime examples is like going up that hill in the mule. I've never seen it make like really an observable difference other than your speed, but I've never I've been going through mud sections and all sorts. I've never seen it like officially improve your grip or anything like that. I found the other day when I was driving those semi-trucks actually to like the archaeological site and all the rest of it, that near enough got stuck, and just turning your vehicle like wheels from left to right, that made that start moving. And yeah, versus like even again with that semi-truck, I went into low range and all the rest of it and it did nothing. Other than like, obviously if I press it now, it just physically makes my wheels only go that fast, so it's rarely came in handy. I think actually, funnily enough, when I was like exploring this map and getting the clouds unlocked, there was one bit where it was like I used the I was going around in the links and I was climbing up like a bit of a rock ledge, and I think I used low gear once because it was yeah, just the lack of wheel spin. I was able to kind of grip on a rock and climb up the last little bit, versus like if I just floored it, it then started wheel spinning before it had a chance to really start climbing. But it was a very specific, like I could have just reversed and gone, you know, a foot to the left or whatever and drove up anyway. Like, it really doesn't seem that helpful. Versus SnowRunner, definitely, SnowRunner appears to be like it physically adds like a 10 or 20% grip bonus or something. Oh, I've got to reach the location first. That's the other objective, so that'll be bridges unlocked. In fact, let's draw that one in quickly. Oh no, it might have been there I did it actually.
Believe it or not, this whole area used to be green as lettuce, in the environmentally conscious sense. It was running off a solar power station. Naturally, the storm threw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I'll do it there.
But I cling to the hope that the panels are just dirty. Could you drop by and check it for damage? Also, looks like we need an operations base close to the port. Find a good spot somewhere on the river, then... Sorry. It's just the usual list of wants from the local authorities. Boring. But nothing you can't handle, right?
Whatever she said. I didn't hear a word. Let's take the mule. Not mule. Hummer. It's the old scalper. At least on this map it deploys practically everywhere. There are still places it doesn't, but it's a hell of a lot better than Deluge. It was a pain in the arse trying to find somewhere to deploy that. Will Holden Harrison, never fear, I am here on Sandswept already. Dang, you'll soon be on Colonel. Yeah, this map seems to go pretty quick, doesn't it, as well? Versus, like, Deluge seemed to last a little while, which I quite liked. I thought Deluge was a decent map, to be honest. I did expect it to be a bit more kind of reminiscent of Deluge back on Mudrunner and all that, or Flooded. But yeah, for the most part, the actual map itself, I kind of enjoyed it. And I found with this map, I don't really know how to like describe it, because I actually do like this map. I sort of like the layout and all the rest of it, but I find it sort of more boring in a way. I don't really like, I don't know, Sojourn, to be fair, like I kind of got sidetracked by filling in the concrete slab facility, which was quite a nice little tester to do in its own right, because I suppose between that and the racetrack, like filling in the concrete slabs facility was a lot of like pouring sand in one place to fill a giant hole, and the racetrack was pouring sand in big lines to build a racetrack. So it's kind of both aspects of it. And maybe it's because I've not really picked like a big project to do on this map, other than I have laid quite a few roads on my normal playthrough. But I was just thinking, like in general, there's not really I don't know. There doesn't feel like there is really anything that I would want to pick a big project as far as like dumping sand and all the rest of it is concerned. Like I was thinking I could, you know, fill in the river with sand, but it's like, what's the point really? There's bridges already kind of laid across everywhere, so you can build a few more, but again, it's not really necessary. There is elevation change, particularly if you go up into the top corner, but I don't know, like, not saying I'm going to build another racetrack, but if I was to build a racetrack, I kind of like, I don't even know where I'd put it, because, yeah, that's one thing I liked about Deluge. You could kind of like, there was a bit of elevation change going across the dam, jumping back down into, like, I don't know, that swampy section and all sorts. Whereas this map seems a little bit more vanilla in that sense. But at the same time, I actually genuinely like, I think the map's pretty decent. I don't know if it's because I haven't really got any giant project to take on. Let's see if these start messing around again. Yeah, earlier when I built the other road, the dumper just kept reversing like that and then sitting there. I had to cancel it and fuck around for, like, I don't know, a good 5 or 10 minutes, I would have thought, and then it finally just did it. And then, like I said, at the other end, it dumped a fat pile of sand, which didn't really help. Chris, I meant gear, not here. No, it's all good, dude. I thought I figured out his autocorrect is a beast. Justin, Chris C7 reduces wheel spin for increased traction and prevents truck from trying to change gears. Yeah, that's true. That's kind of why I did it there. In fact, that's like, it stops the trucks changing gears. But in fairness, the trucks changing gears is an annoying feature that they kind of do to lever you towards like low range. I think they did similar in SnowRunner. A lot of vehicles aren't as bad in this game for it. The Mule has clearly been dialed up to where it just has, like, that's why I always take the piss and say it's got like 8 million gears. Because yeah, every time you get to a hill, it's, other than the fact the Mule is like pretty horrifically slow and all the rest of it as well, but it's sort of been artificially made worse by the fact that every time you get to like a bit of terrain, usually with an elevation change, you're climbing uphill, it starts dropping down 50 different gears and you lose all your momentum. So yeah, low range is good for that, but again, it's so bloody slow that you're not that far off being stopped at that point. So you're not going to get anywhere quickly in low. But yeah, there's a very few select scenarios, but I certainly do agree. I think they should give it like an objective grip bonus so that it actually, like, if you're driving through mud and going half a mile an hour and you click that, it'll get you up even to a mile an hour. Just something that would demonstrate that it's actually, I mean, it hogs the X button on the game. There's some pretty good button real estate to be wasting on something that doesn't get used that often. And then by comparison, the winches and stuff I'd use quite a lot, and they hide that in sub-menus. The winches would be way better, or on the cranes, if you could just press X to detach like the crane cable, even if you're not in the crane menu. That would be a great help by comparison on this game. So yeah, they've kind of wasted that button on not a whole lot. That thing's not paving. Oh, quick to cancel the route, man. Road plan in. Square. Yeah, that's one of the reasons, like, I was saying, I was a bit random jumping around, but I was saying about patch 2.0, what did they actually fix? There seems to be quite a few glitches that have appeared since then. This did used to happen before patch 2.0, but it definitely seems a hell of a lot more regular now that it doesn't lay tarmac. That's part of the reason I was like, this glitch with like cloning the cargo and all the rest of it. That's why I sort of got on it tonight. There's like, I bought a second warden and put it in place. Considering I spawned like 4,500, 5,000 items, a couple of pipes flew out, but other than that, it all landed in the zone. The funny thing I kind of like about that glitch is it annoys me that when you place the warden, for one, half the time it doesn't even deploy these yellow boxes, and that's a time wasting pain in the arse. And then when you finally do get them deployed, half the time you drive into the square to access your resources and it says not enough space to drop them. And that's a time wasting pain in the arse. And this glitch is now going to force them. They'll either have to leave the glitch in and now everyone can get effectively unlimited money, or they're going to have to fix something to do with like when you want to access your resources, the only way they can fully stop this glitch would be to make it 100% guaranteed it will actually just give you your resource instead of saying, oh, can't because there's not enough space. So yeah, that's kind of one thing I do like about that bug. We'll see what they end up doing. Why is it in... This game is a crackhead tonight. Don't know why, it's always weird when I'm on live stream. I always get a lot more bugs than I normally do. Would have been nice if it didn't point all the vehicles facing back this way, but that's probably the way it does it. Oh yeah, do you know what? I didn't actually activate it, but yeah, this one. How the hell did I get 35 fuel all of a sudden? I had 5 earlier. I'm sure I had 5 when I started the stream. Because I was going to activate that quarry, and I knew I needed 10. That's why I said that earlier mission, like, oh, I could do with the fuel. Oh well, I'm not complaining. I don't know if you have to fill this up before you start the mission, but like I said, the first time I've ever really noticed it earlier, I went to set the dozer off on a road and it came up with a red message at the bottom saying like, not enough sand to start the road or something like that. Wrote off a 50 grand steamroller then. Chris, yeah, I know a lot of people say put it in low to go slow, but it does have a great effect when pulling uphill in SnowRunner. Yeah, I agree. I think it is far more effective in SnowRunner. It's, again, other than the fact that it does literally make your wheels go slower, which in rare cases is quite handy. So he managed to hit a the telegraph pole. Will he actually correct himself? Which at least I like about this. I said it before, but it'll still lay a perfectly neat line, even if the truck ends up going off all over the place. Unlike, say, the steamroller, that will roll it all in wiggly lines and miss the road and all the rest of it. See, this is like earlier on, he just stops. Like, he's not attempting to go forward. Obviously now he's probably going to half get stuck on his own bloody sand. Oh, I might as well drive these things over there whilst I'm waiting. If not, I'll have to do it manually. Will, I mean, having low gear is better than not having it, though I do see your point. Yeah, I do agree, to be fair. Like, I would rather have it than not, but I do think they could have just put it in, like, yeah, a sub-menu, because I could easily hit L1 and X. This one's a bad example, because I'll activate the paver. But, yeah, I think, like, the X button could have been used a lot more wisely. Even the, really, like, the triangle and square to do diffs and all-wheel drive. Is there ever a time where you turn them off? I've tried driving along roads, turning them off. It doesn't make it any faster. I had my racetrack. I drove loads of vehicles around it. I tried out different combos of, like, yeah, you know, diffs on, diffs off, all-wheel drive on, all-wheel drive off. It doesn't really make any difference. So, again, that's 3 like major buttons that have been taken up by something that you don't really use a hell of a lot. Versus, like, if I could switch the control scheme around and make activating the bloody crane menu just press an X, that'd be brilliant by comparison to having to hold L1 and press down on the D-pad and all that sort of stuff. I sort of said it before, but it sort of feels in this game, yeah, like half the people came from SnowRunner, like the developers, so they already just knew the concept of the game and little things that would make sense and all the rest of it. And then half the team feels like they haven't played SnowRunner, they don't know what SnowRunner is. They made this game, and then between them all, they never really talked to each other, so, like I say, one person would make a vehicle, and to access the straps is like L1 and square, another vehicle is L1 and triangle. To cancel winches or whatever is like L1 and square, but to use the crane winch or whatever, I don't know, it's just all very like mixed up and muddly. They didn't really do a great job with the control schemes in general. At least they got on it quickly as far as like the crane control schemes go. I still don't like how you enter the menu and all the rest of it, but at least they added like legacy mode, because I assume the very first thing practically everybody said is, holy shit, this crane menu is terrible. Which again, yeah, is like, why even go with a different control scheme? All they had to do was look on SnowRunner and go, oh, it works like this, make it the same. So again, that feels like whoever did that, oh, we've got Ben Hill again, has never played SnowRunner and just had no concept of like a bit of continuity between the games. Which, to be fair, they didn't really on Expeditions. I remember there was various things on Expeditions that was a little bit off for no reason. Now we probably won't lay tarmac. Oh, he actually is. See, I think you have to say it and then like curse it into proving me wrong. That's what I've learned. Every time I don't mention it, the bad thing happens. Every time I try and say, look, this is about to happen, it'll suddenly do the right thing instead. You don't have to stay in the map, you can spectate vehicles as they were. Yeah, true, it was more just to see if he was actually going to start going along the line and all the rest of it. I was curious, like, I think the dump truck got caught on that telegraph pole, but once he reversed, he didn't even, like, make any effort. Yeah, I do agree, like, well, now I can enter spectate, but yeah, I'm all wanting to watch from a bird's eye view. See, look. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? And now I've got to go back into road planning requests. That's why I often quite like just hover above them. Now let's reset them over to this side. Yeah, for whatever reason, this steamroller just starts wiggling around halfway through. I've said it before, but I keep forgetting, but you're best off just bringing the old one. Oh shit, now, because the AI's driven it, it turns start and stop rolling asphalt off. Honestly, sometimes it is, you just, the only thing, to be fair, I kind of always want the AI to do is lay the sand, flattening it with a dozer, paving and the rolling I can live with doing on my own, but the sand is highly unlikely I'll ever get it as smooth as like the AI sort of lays it down. Back over there. That out the way a little bit. I might need to send that over here actually. There was some rocks that I still needed to clear. I got most of them out of the way. Yeah, like that fat one. The Don Malamute was not liking moving that. It might be right along here. I might have to pave there actually. Which AI vehicle have I got to do? Oh yeah, I don't, well, at least it's not a semi-truck. There is hope. Don't know why it doesn't let you place markers on that half-built bridge bit. Oh yeah, so I did pave over along here, which is essentially like, eventually I'll bring the cable layer kind of up that hill. So yeah, I sort of did block it. I saw someone in the comments said that they built a really wide road along here, and the kind of overlay it does with the cable layer wasn't enough to clear the road, so they had to like demolition bulldoze their own road, which is a bit of a pain, I should imagine. Where am I going there? Right, whilst they're ticking along, I swear I could do with that bridge. Do you know what I might do? I think I only need 6 logs. Bridges. Yeah. Recover this, grab 6 logs, build the bridge, and then go and deliver that pump object thing. Will, cue the Bunny Hill theme. It's always that paver. Loves to go round in circles. Weirdly enough though, it only seems to do it the first time. It's usually not a repeat offender. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why'd you have to spawn one half a mile away? Why, game? Pick this one up for the... I still got it. I was going to say before the bloody crane legs sit on top of it. Oh, it was a lot higher than I thought. Tap that other log in a little bit, but wasn't really having it. Not with every log, but there seems to be like a heavy end and a light end, which is better if you can get the heavy end nearer the front, otherwise they tip out the back quite easily. I don't really want to jinx it, but I don't even think I've had a sandstorm yet, have I? Looking pretty good. I've already heard apparently it pisses down with rain a lot on Kernel. Which for people that have been on Kernel, is that going to be like the equivalent of a third of the game or something? Because the amount of missions it says I've still got left. I'm only, like, according to the amount of missions, sort of just over halfway, really. And obviously once I've done this map, I've only got Kernel left. Or I wonder if, like, it says about 285 missions or whatever. I'm also wondering, like, if it counts, if it was including, like, the DLC that's coming. Otherwise, yeah, there's going to be what seems to be, like, 100, 120 odd missions on Kernel. an AI. Do give you a lot of fuel in this game. In this map, sorry. The mule actually almost travelled at a respectable speed for a little while there. For any that don't know, there's a little toy truck just down there. Oh, shit. Yeah. Typical. Too busy looking at the toy truck. Well, the good news is, I think it'll build it. In fact, yeah, this will be a nice test to find out. I'm going to have to recover. Will it build that bridge when I do? It should do, because I should just be blocking it from finish building. I didn't hear any clicky noises. Oh, it did though. Yeah, at least it does that. Well, at this point I might take me other bridge instead then. Saying that, where is the item I've got to pick up? No, I think it's... No, not that mission. Not that one. Oh, it kind of worked out quite nicely then, because I've got to deliver this. For some reason I thought I had to pick it up from there. That's not too bad in the end. Oh, don't do it at frame rate. Here we go. I can press some buttons on my keyboard and get the frame rate up in the top right corner, but for some reason I don't think it shows up in the videos. In fact, even if I do it now, I can see it. Yeah, can't see it on the live stream window though, for some reason. Definitely dropped a bit. It says I'm on 53 frame rate. Normally it's on like 80 or 90. And then when the frame rate issue on this game goes weird, it goes down to about 30. I've never really seen it. I'm sort of sitting halfway between at the minute. I can't even... because the frame rate's being weird. It's not really listening to my cargo rotation input unless I really hold the button down. Yeah, and then it sort of overswings it. Yeah, that'll do. Oh yeah, to the road, to the bridge I just built. Justin Lynch, it pisses down the rain in every map except this one, that's true, and Sojourn as well, but yeah, pretty much. They shot themselves in the foot a bit really, making it, for some reason I can't talk, making it part of like the balancing aspect of the game. Because yeah, back on, what was it, Sunken, doing that AI route to the Levenken Castle or whatever it was called, one of the AI vehicles would always climb up a hill when it was sunny for me, and it'd never get up the hill when it was raining. So I figured out sort of back then that the rain does make a difference. And yeah, as I've said, I think that's why they're kind of reluctant to tone it down. I think they did tone it down in patch 2.0, but I think they dialed it back up. But obviously since being on this map, it's not really been an issue for me. But yeah, I've heard Kernel is back to usual business, so if that's a pretty long map as well. best get used to it. Wish they had a manual, some kind of manual gearbox in this game. Because I think that's half the problem with the numbness of just a low range gear and then or an auto gearbox. Because you're not really controlling it yourself. Even like when this thing goes up a hill and it starts changing 50 million gears, it wouldn't be as bad if you had some kind of manual input over it. But because you don't, it's just inevitable. It's going to keep making gear change noises, and it'll eventually find some kind of gear that it thinks is workable. But yeah, unlike its SnowRunner, even like I would have liked a more manual gearbox in SnowRunner than SnowRunner has. But SnowRunner's still ahead of this as far as like actually having some choice with what you're doing with the gears. Just gonna.
Good job there.
Oh no,
For anyone
frame
else,
rate.
it would be a minor miracle. But for you, it's just something you do before breakfast, right? Still, the locals will be
I'm just going to move that because the semi-truck was crashing into it. I might have to quit and reload to the main menu though. Fucking hell, it says I'm on 8 FPS. I've never seen it that low before. I did see though in Steam they've posted a message sort of saying that they're aware of like frame rate performance issues that have happened since patch 2.0 that they said they're working on. FPS, 14, yeah, there we go, 36, 38, needs to go more like 80 though. 57, 78, yeah, it's more like it. Already got quite, we've got another 14% done since I started the live stream. Yeah, apologies for that, I can't really help it with the FPS. Jonathan Kieschnick, as far as, sorry, I think as far as the mission count, I think it's including the first set of DLC maps as well, at least that's the way it seems. Yeah, that definitely makes more sense, because I finished all maps and it says 194 out of 285 complete, the total might include upcoming. Yeah, because as well, they've updated it now, but it used to say with the vehicles, I'm sure it said we had like 78 vehicles and now it's saying 69. And there was total garages unlocked or whatever was... I can't remember what the number was, but it was a higher number than... It didn't make sense unless it was like, well, I'm about to unlock like 30 garages on the last map. Yeah, so that's what sort of gave me an inkling it might have factored in the DLC stuff. Which they seem to have corrected some of it, but not all of it. I may as well set up the river base. I like trying to get them sooner rather than later. It's a shame I can't drive this out of there. It does start again though. You know, when you quit and reload, it does actually give you a chance to start it up. It just wasn't quite enough. I won't bother, but I could possibly quit and reload again and slowly reverse it out of there. Do you know what, to be honest, I might just recover this. It's about the quickest vehicle I've got. Justin Lynch, you know, on this map it's a shame we can't just flatten and pave. Like, do we need to pour sand on top of sand? That is true. How was that when you consider it is like a 99% sandy map? And all we do is pour sand everywhere. Would be kind of cool in a way as well if they, yeah, sort of let you like bulldoze this sand and actually properly flatten out all the dunes and all the rest of it. I know some of the dunes are semi-flattenable. Not seen one of them carrying a tank like that before. Will he quit if I give him a boost? Well, going for an overtake, he didn't though. That Azov the other day tapped out well quick when I gave him a boost with a loaf. These bridges, wooden bridges, are sketchy. I learned that on my racetrack, driving along in the Malamute. It goes all over the place. Ben Gibson, has he spent his money already? No, this is my other playthrough, dude. It was you, wasn't it? Yeah, cheers for the heads up on that bloody glitch. It's been very handy. Yeah, before I started the stream tonight, I got the... I bought another Warden ATV, set them all up, and did it on this map as well. But I haven't got the construction zone unlocked yet. So I can't sell it all. That's just why I banked loads up before I get to that point. But yeah, I appreciate it, man, because on my normal playthrough, yeah, I've got like, I can't remember, like 1.6 million now or something, so more than enough. All I really wanted it for is just so I can buy vehicles as and when, instead of having to like slowly save up over the months for them. And then yeah, I figured I'd get it done tonight on this, just so if by chance they release some kind of hot patch fix thing going on. That is the sort of thing devs tend to do. They won't fix like the frame rate crashing issue immediately. They'll fix like, oh, we don't want them to spawn free stuff. Or like they've already patched out duplicate vehicles. As I said in SnowRunner, the most stupid thing they patched was that bloody Azov Antarctic or whatever it was called. And they patched it like, it used to be able to carry 2-slot cargo or 1-slot cargo, and then they patched it so it can only carry 2-slot cargo. And it was already like a 97% useless vehicle versus all the others you could choose from. But that was like the one cool thing, was it could carry 2, I don't know, steel beams or whatever. Not steel beam, whatever it was that was 1 slot. And then yeah, they blocked that, and it was like, really? That was the most important patch? Yeah, this thing, look, it just can't. Or if you crash into rocks, it doesn't, if I can even fucking turn enough to hit one. Yeah, it just doesn't have the guts or the weight to do it. Which that's what I mean with winched vehicles in this game. Like, the loaf ends up being one of the only things that if you roll a mule, etc., the loaf can flip that, but these sort of vehicles, you can send them in with a winch, but they just won't do anything once you get there. Hence why like, I sent that bowhead to tip the mule at the start. Grey tusks, there barely any rain, not for me in my game. Are you on a different map? Because yeah, every other map it absolutely pisses it down. This and Sojourn are the only kind of like... It does... in fact, did Sojourn even do a sandstorm? I seem to not remember seeing an actual sandstorm until this map. I have reached the location. Even Kelly just spoke to me. Okay, a bit random, but whatever. Oh well, at least I've got enough cargo this time. I think that counts. Build a road. I'll have to clear a few rocks from that one. Where is my road building stuff? It's not too far away, but what's going to be quicker? Driving a loaf. Where is he? Driving a loaf or driving all 4 of them to there? Probably the loaf. high frame rates. So he pushes rocks like they're nothing. I don't think it's going to fix itself. The annoying thing is, I was playing this game for fucking hours yesterday, hours today, and it didn't do it to me once. And now you start a live stream, it's done it twice. Within an hour. I would have left that Malamute in the oil if I'd known I'd have to restart that quickly, because I could have had another go at firing up the engine and reversing it out there. Oh, you're saying barely any rain for me, way less than before. Yeah, I found for a bit it went less, but then like I said, since that last micro hotfix thing they did, I think I was just finishing Deluge at that point, and it seemed to piss it down quite a lot for me at the last kind of like day or two. The current problem is the camera starts to go, is that wonky after playing 30 minutes and the wonky camera drops FPS. Yeah, I do notice like it's a lot when you're in sort of the bird's eye view of the map and you flick to another vehicle, it often like seems to kick in then. Which, yeah, at least they know about it and they've said they're fixing it, but how long that'll be, I don't really know. I'm sure they're probably not too happy about it either, because I bet they're getting a lot of stick for it. And rightly so, it's definitely a priority bug they need to fix, because it's a pain in the arse having to keep quitting and reloading. I don't mind doing it if I think I'm cheating the game. And I'm like quitting slightly back on a mission and all the rest of it, but yeah, just for the sakes of frame rate is a bit of a pain. Yeah, exactly like what you just had now. Reloading the map fixes it for a while. Yeah, like I said, for some reason, all of yesterday... sorry, the only time I had the frame rate yesterday, but I don't actually think it was the game's fault, was when I spawned all that cargo and when I drove near it. The frame rate took a dive, but I was like, that's fair enough, because there probably was, I don't know, 500 to 1,000 pieces of cargo all piled up at that point. But yeah, I never actually, like, the game never did it, and all tonight it didn't. I've just seemed to get unlucky. By the time I'm on live stream, I seem to get hit by every bug going. Ben Gibson, I doubt they're rushing to fix this. They haven't even noticed the bug report. I didn't like... That's when I made my video. I know I put, like, cargo farming for dollars or something. I was trying to hint to people, like, there's a bug. But I didn't want to fully just be like, hey, guys, duplication glitch. I don't think, like... I think I'm too much of a tiny YouTuber. They might watch things like SD11, because his channel's obviously got a very big reach and all the rest of it. But nonetheless, when I did the other duplication glitch video where you could duplicate vehicles, someone sort of said, oh great, now they're going to patch it. And yeah, I don't think they will, but nonetheless, I was like, I don't want to make it too obvious. But yeah, at the same time, I may as well let people know, really, otherwise most people will sort of miss out on it anyway, and they'll probably... I wouldn't say, yeah, they're probably not in a rush. Or they don't seem to be. But at some point, even if they accidentally patch it by doing something else, so yeah, may as well get it out there and then everyone stack up your cargo while you can. But yeah, man, I appreciate letting us know, because that's definitely a very handy one. They have bigger fish to fry, like giving us a Scania. That is true. They've kind of already got the Scanias in the game, really. The cement truck, but yeah, we can't drive any of them, and I'm not in any rush particularly to drive the cement truck anyway. It seems to get stuck even more than the bloody semi-truck. But vehicle design-wise, they seem to already have it in the game. So yeah, hopefully they'll add some actual proper ones. Like all-wheel drive ones as well, preferably. Bigger, road bugger. Everywhere else could easily be mistaken for Wales based on climate. That is true. Wales or Scotland. And I say that as an Englishman. It's the only countries we can take the piss out of for raining too much. I said years ago, and I swear it's genuinely true, when we went with my brother to go and pick a car, he decided to drive 13 hours to Scotland to look at a Golf GTI. That the guy had literally got a can of silver spray paint and just sprayed the entire engine bay silver, thinking like, oh, you know, I'll spray my engine silver. But it was honestly like a parody of someone doing it. It was like he just got a can and spray painted it. Anyway, the vehicle's a lot shitter than it was advertised. But as we were going there, we drove past the Welcome to Scotland sign and it started pissing down with rain. And it rained the entire time we were there. And then when we left, we drove past the Welcome to England sign and it stopped raining. And it was like, holy shit. Like, joke about that sort of stuff, but it really was that bad. Right, let's get the old roller, because that will actually roll in a straight line. Bowhead. We'll go with a bicycle. Got to get some rocks out of the way first. That's what the goddamn horse is here for. What? Why would you jump to that rock at the last millisecond? No doubt the paver will probably still find a way to clip on that. If it actually stayed in the dead centre of the road, it probably wouldn't. But my bet is it's going to go wide and it'll clip one of these rocks. We'll find out in a minute. Bold Dudes Rule, how's it going, dude? Hello, I'm new here. Yeah, cheers for joining us, man. Yeah, if you've not been here before, on Sandswept, kind of early stages of the map, but should at least definitely get to like halfway tonight, hopefully a little bit further. Certainly don't think I'll be completing it tonight, but I'm kind of hoping between tonight's live stream and next week's I should have Sandswept done, and then I'll be on to Deluge, the last map in the bag for me, until they release the DLC anyway. Right, see how well these go. Justin Lynch, see you next time, Wolf. I appreciate it though, dude. Cheers for popping in, and enjoy the rest of your night. Oklahoma Hellcat, hello, Mr. Lone Wolf. How's it going, man? Ben Gibson, 3.0 has been teased. There's a Scania flatbed and the off-road pickup with a crane coming our way. Oh, is it? Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Pickup with a crane, yeah, that'll be to anything with a crane at the minute. I'm sort of interested in, as that's kind of lacking in this game. Other than the mule, which is a piss taker in its own right. Right, just want to make sure he gets a bit of the way. I swear these used to go faster. I sort of wait now until they get about halfway, and then I'll send the dozer. Which it probably doesn't matter. I think the dozer will just follow along behind it, but just to be safe. either. I'll do that mission in a sec as well. Now I've got the loaf here. Probably end up jinxing it, but it's going suspiciously well so far. Oh, we got no. Benny Hill's not driving. Is it paving? Fucking hell. If this roller actually manages not to somehow crash and blow itself to pieces, this might actually be the first successful AI mission I've had in a while. He's not even hit any rocks. Oh, he's about to hit that one though. Oh, he's definitely hitting that one. And he cooked it. Well, an attempt was made. It was close to being the first AI route that they haven't messed up. I'll just do it manually. Oh shit, for some reason I was turning the wrong way. That's weird actually, I really wasn't. I was pressing right on the stick. Fuck knows. See? If it followed the road down the middle, it wouldn't have hit those rocks. Patch 3.0, no, not again. Yeah, I wonder what other things they'll break in that patch. Again, like, I'm not anti the patch 2.0, but I'm just out of curiosity, what did it actually fix? Yeah, they've been doing this more recently as well. They leave like a big ramp of sand at the end. And of course the paver gets stuck on it. You can never really flatten it out that well, it seems. Always leaves some kind of like little hump. I was doing it on one earlier and I was doing destruction mode and all sorts, and it always left a little bit, but as long as it's enough that this thing can drive over it. Because the AI route, I think you have to send an Azov up here later, and that ends up kind of almost getting beached on there as well. Just get it enough out of the way of the road. Oh, for God's sake. Start rolling, you bastard. You've got one job. Why did they add this button? That's what they did on patch 2.0. So add a stupid fucking button. So I can start doing something that it already did originally without me having to start it. Man the lifeboats, yeah. Is that for the rain? It's needed. The other thing when we went up to Scotland, we were joking like, oh, we'll end up getting lost and we'll go to a petrol station and some massive scary looking Scottish guy will be like saying like basically you're not from round here, and then try and mug us. And we ended up getting lost, went to a petrol station, and a big scary looking Scottish guy came over to me and said, you're not from round here, are you, pal? And I was like, oh shit, here we go. And then he was like, yeah, where are you going? And we told him, and he's like, oh yeah, go down here, take a left, go up there. He was like a proper nice guy. But yeah, it was just funny. I have been to Scotland before as well, but that particular trip, a 13-hour road trip to look at a shit Golf GTI. I think it was a Mark 5 as well. I don't hate the Mark 5s, but it wasn't like a Mark 2 or something. My brother Dave, he used to have a Mark II Golf in the Isle of Man. Quite a nice one as well, and eventually sold it, and at some point someone killed someone and put them in the boot of that car, and then they got pulled over while they were in it. And yeah, they had a dead person in the boot. And that used to be my brother's car. Oh shit, I shouldn't have drove the loaf down here. I should have drove him up there. I don't know what I was autopilot loaf time. My bad. As soon as I get in a loaf, I'm free. Sol Vegas, do you think they will add missions to existing maps? A reason to go back in while waiting for the update? I hope they do in the scheme of things. I don't think they will anytime soon, as in, like, you might get some in a week or two. They did at some point in SnowRunner as well, like, on some of the DLCs they still added a few extra missions to some of the original maps. In this game, I certainly think they should, because the fact that we actually build some of the maps ourselves and build roads and routes and all the rest of it, it'd be a bit of a waste if we never go back to any of the old maps. And obviously in some situations, like, the more, I don't know, effort I suppose you put in originally building roads and bridges and whatnot, would in theory pay off down the line if they add more missions and you've already got like a nice network built, versus which on some of the earlier maps I really didn't build that many roads really. I've kind of got more into it and just accepting that it's worth doing in the later maps, so Deluge and this map and so on. Yeah, even Sojourn, I think I kind of built as few as possible on that really. But yeah, for that reason, the fact that we actually do have like some influence on how the map looks, I think it'd be quite interesting to add more missions later down the line, so fingers crossed they do. Ben Gibson, I think the Big Dumper goes slower than the Taiga. AI seem to have better control over the starting roadworks gear. Yeah, that is true. I've not used the Taiga for a while, but it was back, like, near the beginning of the game. I was obviously using the Taiga quite a lot. So, yeah, maybe there is a difference, like, that might be what I've noticed. I'm going to drag this. It's not the fastest, but the amount of time it's going to take to drive a mule here or whatever to pick it up anyway. But the other thing, as I said in the video when I did this, is when I get to a rocky bit of road further down here, this sort of acts as a bit of a, like, dragging plough thing that kind of shoves a lot of rocks out of the way, so that might save a little bit of time in its own right as well. Oh yeah, this road as well, this has got quite a lot of rocks. I think this might be the one actually. For some reason it's jumping around a lot more than it did. But you can see, like those rocks, it's definitely clearing a bit of a route. And the big ones, Loaf just smacks out of the way. Oh, I wasn't even looking at the Loaf, I was looking at the thing I'm dragging. Didn't realise I was driving over a gigantic rock. I mean, yeah, it kind of swerved to the edge then, but in theory, to be fair, as long as it clears a lot of the little ones out of the way, they're often like the biggest pain in the arse. Like the massive ones, at least a dozer will definitely hit them and move them. It's these little ones that often sneak under the dozer plough and all the rest of it. They're the ones that are quite handy to actually just shove out the way. And because this thing, especially if you drag it like this, it kind of goes diagonally, so it ends up making like a bit of its own sort of little blade that kind of moves the rocks to the left or right. Don't know why I decided to drive over this fat hump, but let's do it. Bower, it fixes the dev's risk of being unemployed due to the game not needing patches to fix the updates. Yeah, exactly. Or patches to fix the patches. Yeah, it's true. That's what I said about bloody DaVinci Resolve, the most overcomplicated editing software the world has ever seen. If they didn't make it like that, they'd have no reason to remain employed. So they just made it so ridiculously stupid that the owner of the company probably doesn't know how to work it. So he has to keep the people employed that just endlessly make it more complicated than it needs to be. Could well be some of that going on. Ben Gibson, rest assured you'll build plenty on kernel. It's a good job I'm kind of more in the, I don't know, mood or frame of mind to start building roads. Because like I said, back on the early maps, I think it's from coming from SnowRunner, I kind of... A lot of the challenge of SnowRunner is it's difficult, awkward terrain, and you've got to, like, with a bit of finesse and picking the right vehicles and all the rest of it, you've got to make it from A to B. And I kind of carried that over to this game, where I was almost looking at it as, like, not to say, like, building a road is tapping out, but it was sort of like, well, I'll take the challenge of, like, getting from A to B without patching the roads. But yeah, it just the way they've balanced a lot of vehicles in this game and all the rest of it, particularly as well, like the AI vehicles just have no chance on certain sections unless you actually clear it out. Yeah, it's just clear, like, this game is more like it's supposed to not get there unless you build roads and fix it all up a bit. It'd help if I track the mission, I think. Oh, apparently I've already done it. Oh yeah, I remember this one. I think I'll need to lay a bit of road there. Yeah, I was going to say, did I ever do this mission? I do need to go and get a steel pipe in a minute. I've kind of randomly abandoned that mission halfway through. Get some of these done. What's that on the wall? God knows, it's like Banksy art. Yeah, this van, it never actually got properly stuck for me, but it's questionable. There's a distinct lack of power to the rear, considering, I don't know, it does sometimes, but then every time it gets stuck it always seems to be the front wheels that are spinning. Or normally, I say wheels plural, often it's only one wheel. But there is definitely a prop shaft under there, implying it is four-wheel drive. Calm down, frame rate. Just thought, I don't even, yeah, I am going the right way. By sheer chance. Frame rate's thinking about it. It's gone down to mid-30s. We'll see if it fixes itself. If not, I'll have to bloody quit and reload again.
I know it's an official mission and all, but still, you delivering that truck is probably the best part of the job for me. Getting to help out folks who are in a real bind.
In a truck? This ain't a truck. At least you think small things are big. There is a chance. What's this thing? Yeah, it's not got winches. I suppose it probably wouldn't with the mission vehicles. To be fair, I probably should have built a road along here first. In fact, I might do. Plan B. Otherwise, it's going to take me about 2 minutes to get through that sand. I'm going to have to build a road anyway for the, Where the hell did me dump truck go? Oh yeah, oh fuck, I recovered it over here. Well, it's not too far away. Yeah, I'm going to need a road for the bloody semi-truck anyway, so I may as well just do it now before I struggle over there with the little van. I was hoping the frame rate will sort itself, but it's not looking good. Yeah, I'm going to have to quit and reload it. It doesn't... It like cock blocks your control inputs. It doesn't listen to them as fluently as it should, so sometimes you steer a little bit and it doesn't register it. Sometimes it does and it suddenly launches your steering over and all sorts. What a pain in the arse, man. 3 times. Boa, real life nightmare. Man owned a plumbing business in Detroit. Sold his decalled truck. Tried removing them. Not easy. Dealer said don't bother, we'll do it. Pops up online, the truck was sold, shipped to Saudi Arabia, then to Syria. Terrorists had mounted a machine gun in the back. The truck still had the decals for the plumbing business. Sued them for $1 million. Do you know what? Something rings a bell about that. I remember something about terrorists driving around like a vehicle over there that had, yeah, sign writing on it and all that from someone's business. It might be the same thing. What, did he sue them? Imagine that. Imagine suing terrorists. I'm like, shit, this is going to be a lively court hearing. Well, I'm joking, obviously. I assume he sued the people who bought his vehicle and then sold it. As I said years ago, when we had me and my brother had a landscape gardening business, and we sold our transit van, and that still had all its sign writing and everything on it. And we sold it to a Polish guy, and our fucking mate. He knew we were selling it to a Polish guy. Well, it didn't matter he was Polish, it was just a Polish guy rang and said, yeah, he wants to buy it because he wants to drive all his belongings back to Poland. And our mate texted us off a different number and said something along the lines like, that van's fucked, I'm going to come and get you. Or it wasn't exactly that, but something along those lines. And yeah, me and my brother were getting ready to kick the shit out of some crazy Polish guy, and it wasn't even, it was just our mate dicking around. It was a good van, that was. Had a bit sketchy third gear, and it revved itself. And the rear suspension was a little bit higher than normal. And the side door was a little bit more dented because we went around a roundabout and a load of slabs tried flying out the side. I'm trying to look at the least awkward way to have to go and get some bloody sand. Probably back to there. Yeah, as far as I know, it made it. Some guy's driving around in Poland in my old tranny van. Yeah, that van, like I said, it used to rev itself. We're at a big traffic light on a roundabout where we used to live. And we pulled up next to coppers at the red lights on the traffic lights. And the van starts revving itself. And the copper was looking over like, what the fuck? Kind of idiot sits revving his van next to a police. Like, we were more thinking like, oh shit, like, not worried about getting done per se. But if they did say what the hell's going on and we said, yeah, the van revs itself, they'd probably try and make us take it to a mechanic. And in the end, I've said it before, we went down to a gypsy site, because they know about tranny vans, caravans, anything with van in it. Yeah, and they said cut a gasket out of a tin of roses, get the metal off one of them tins and cut out a gasket and put it over this little bit that they told us. It was like the, something to do with a turbo on it. And yeah, fixed it like a beauty. It was good advice, that was. Well, I wanted to dump a bit of a load of sand along here, but if I'm going to have to keep driving back, I might put a tiny bit along here. Oh my god. And then the rock fucks us. Should be enough just to spread a thin layer across there. I think, to be fair, last time I did this with the bowhead, so I had half as much sand. We should, yeah, should do us. Hopefully we don't need any more. Oh yeah, it's that way I have to go with the semi-truck. Bold Dude's rule. In my opinion, for the later maps, road building was almost a necessity just for the AI to run the route successfully. Yeah, exactly, and that's what I mean. I think they've definitely... I know, like, the game is Roadcraft, so it makes sense, but yeah, like, SnowRunner is kind of like... You can make it more difficult by choosing weaker vehicles or whatever kind of setup, or taking more difficult routes, whereas, yeah, on this game, I think they have just made it where it's like, the idea is to build roads. But it's just a shame, like, I don't know, little things like the mule, they've kind of made that purposely just annoyingly slow. I don't know, almost as if they made the game, like, with the intention to build roads, and then realised, like, if they let the mule go along at normal speed, I don't know, in certain situations you can cut across, like, the countryside, essentially, and probably get around having to build certain roads, so they just kind of made that very slow, whereas if you do actually build a road, then the mule will go sort of more normal speed. Which is a bit of an annoying way of, like, I don't know, kind of like making the game difficult or whatever. Yeah, you can see when, like, it sort of does a line ahead of where you're actually spreading the sand that, like, filled all those, like, deep tyre marks in the sand. So as long as you get, like, a little thin layer, it kind of rushes a few feet ahead of where the actual sand is and kind of fills in, like, enough of the deeper sections. That's what she said. Yeah, let's try this. Oh no, let's do the van, get that done. I'm kind of halfway through 3 missions at the minute. Oh, saying that, where the bloody bicycle is probably in the way of where this van needs to go. See what I mean? Just one wheel spinning. You're supposed to be 4-wheel drive, man. Shit, isn't even looking. Can we get around it? Ben Gibson, I'm waiting for someone to do a challenge run where they don't build any roads beside the mandatory ones. True, I considered it. Again, more on the earlier maps, I was more like just being stubborn doing it. I think I did build like 1 or 2 roads here and there though. Yeah, it would be a bit of a challenging one. I certainly think it'd be doable. Just a little bit on the painfully slow side in sections. Again though, if they made the mule normal, I think it'd not only be doable, but not easy. But once you kind of know the maps and you sort of know the areas that catch you out and all the rest of it, I think it'd be doable. But yeah, if the mule was normal, I think it'd be not only doable, but actually kind of like relatively enjoyable. Well, I cut across here last time, but clearly it's not liking it. You can see why I cut this out of when I did the mission. It's time for a ramming. Boa sued the dealer, his life ruined, out of business. It's crazy when you think, like, if I saw someone's sign writing on a terrorist van in Syria or whatever, I wouldn't really care or blame the guy whose business it is. I know some people these days it's probably freaking out about it, but I'd probably almost think like, oh, that's a good result. Everyone on the news just saw my my business. There's a bit of a rough road leading up here. Actually quite smooth as far as this vehicle's concerned. Looks pretty rough like. Looks like something I did. Right, let's kind of get some of these half missions solved a little bit. Is this actually to open the river base? No. I want to do that first, because then I can spawn a vehicle at the river base, grab a pipe, and fix that. Right. Good luck with this thing. Yeah, you'll see at times, just from like the lack of suspension compression at the front, it really just has no weight on the steerable axles. Probably doesn't make too much difference when you're going slow, but around now it'll start like severely understeering in various sections. Should be alright. This definitely prefers, like, there you go, just completely understeered. This does prefer paved roads, but normally, like, it's not that much of an incline. It should be alright getting up here. Says if I can just get off the edge, which I probably can't. You can see why I end up just ramming these vehicles with dozers and all the rest of it. They're like, well, I'll say they're alright. They're just so purposely shit that they don't bring anything to the game. Like, we're all just going to watch a semi-truck go horrifically slow to its destination. But yeah, they don't really... I don't know. They've just been made to be crap. So it doesn't feel like you're struggling because it's a difficult route, etc. You're just struggling because it's horrifically terrible. I literally did not move my hands. I did not press the bloody handbrake. My thumb is on the right analog stick. It'll probably, oh, I don't know, it did grip there. I was going to say it'll probably understeer around here. If it's leaning over though, it does tend to like, then it's actually squidging the suspension a bit. But yeah, they could do with fixing the weight. Just add a bit more weight to the front. So there you go, like understeered there. I think the semi-truck that's got like the fuel trailer is even worse, because I think it sort of considers that fuel trailer like weighs a bit more as well. Sol Vegas, this was probably my favourite map. No Rain was nice. I've finished the game about a week now and really missed going in. Some said do the mod maps, but it's just not the same, and there's no Kelly. That's true. Kelly's one of them, like, I quite like her popping up every now and then, even though I just say dumb shit every time she does. Yeah. Like, some people have said she drives them mad and they don't like Kelly popping up, but I think she's alright. Sort of a combination of patronising enough and all the rest of it to put up with. Oh yeah, now spawn a vehicle. In fact, where is my mule? Where the hell did I leave it last? Oh, yeah, I was going to say it should be over here, actually, wasn't it? What did I deliver? Where did I deliver it? Concrete plant. Yeah, the mod maps as well. Is there, like, some of the mod maps seem to appear pretty quickly, and then for me, I look every now and then in the mod browser, and there doesn't really seem to be any more getting added. I don't know if it's just like everyone that wanted to has kind of done it, and that's about it. Or if for some reason they've stopped adding them for now. But yeah, overall it never is quite the same. Like, at least we're in August now, and I think the DLC is supposed to come out in September, so we're not too far off. Strap my cargo, you bastard. Well, we'll keep pressing it until you do. No point in saying cannot secure, because I will button mash longer than you can say it, even if I crash and click it too many times. Change the fucking camera angle would be nice. The mule's actually not terrible at moving rocks, but you have to kind of clip it right on the edge so your wheel doesn't roll over it. I'll probably have to send the those around there. I did build a road down there. I can't remember now though if I'm supposed to, or I just did it as a bit of an extra one. Bold Dudes rule. Sol Vegas have finished the game today as well. Avoid left in my life. I must admit, in some weird way, with games to be fair, I do still finish them, but yeah, I sort of don't like finishing games that much, because like once it's done it's like, oh, I was having more fun kind of, yeah, when there was still stuff to do. Once you officially complete it, that is it. I think I remember actually Jesus Christ, go around the fucking knoll. I didn't realise this was such a heap of shit going along this section. Elder Scrolls Oblivion, like, I had a right good time going around there, raiding everyone and nicking everything and all the rest of it. And then, yeah, when I eventually completed, like, the main sort of thing of that, where you go through them Oblivion gates and all the rest of it, it was kind of like, oh, I sort of, yeah, bit of a sad, empty feeling, like, oh, I kind of want more game or something. And that was the sort of game where I sort of held back longer than I needed to on completing it. Like, I more went, yeah, going around and robbing everything I could, but kind of purposely left a few missions going. Even like, I remember GTA 5's another one when you do that end mission and it kind of does the sunset music and all that. It's like, oh, sort of done now. And then at that point on GTA 5, if you'd done all the Leicester missions right and played the stock market, you have billions. And then at that point you can just go and buy the golf course. And then after that there was kind of like nothing really left to do. Even though you'd finally completed the game and got billions. Well, I say nothing left to do. One nice thing about GTA was like you could always just start shooting everyone, get the cops after you, get the FBI chasing you. Or stealing jets from the army base. Always good to burn a few hours. But even that after a while, once you get good at stealing the jets from the hardest one on GTA 5 was stealing the big cargo plane. That was a right bastard to get out of there. Without then, as soon as you take off, if you can get that far. Because when you get in that cargo plane, it takes about 10 seconds for the, I don't know, like AI animation to actually climb in it and start the engines, and usually by then a tank or the people just shoot you in the face. And then if you eventually get it on the runway, the second you take off the ground, rockets fly at you and blow you up. But yeah, somehow, after many, many attempts, I managed to get one out of there and back to my airport base hangar thing. Yeah, stealing the jets is definitely kind of a lot easier. Which I'm hoping GTA 6, I don't know when it's coming out, I hope, like, some people are saying it's kind of been killed a bit by the wokeness bug that's going through Hollywood and all the rest of it. But then some people have said that they seem like they might have left it just long enough where this whole woke thing is kind of dying off. They're realising, like, the old saying, get woke, go broke and all that. It might have held off just long enough to kind of see the tail end of it and not actually kind of ram it into every aspect of the game possible. We'll see. Another vehicle to deliver. Where have I got to go this time? Oh yeah, shit. Along there, basically. I've not even built that bridge. So I think my left analog stick is like sticking a little bit, so it keeps drifting slightly. The old stick drift going on. Probably gonna have to do a 3 for that one. You could do it there. I mean, it would work. Do you know what? In fact, fuck it. Let's see. I know it'll leave a little gap, but I still reckon the vehicles could get across. 2 and 2. It's not too bad. Where's my mule again? There it is. Have to get a couple more logs out of storage. Boa, I saw a post. Do we still use tranny fluid, or is it called gender neutral shift juice now? That's true. Again, like with the tranny van, that's just everyone calls them a tranny van. And it wasn't even supposed to mean anything like that. It's just, I don't know. A lot of people, like the UK, we do it a lot. Like, we just shorten every word we can. That's why you call, like, Australians Aussies instead of just having to say Australians. Like, yeah, it's not really anything to do with, like, racism or anything. Like, or in a... if you're saying like tranny vans or tranny fluid, it's nothing really to do with any of that. It is just the it's the way everyone says it. Everyone knows what you mean. And yeah, love the old tranny van. It was a beast. Earned some good money with that thing. And yeah, it was just one of them vehicles, like, it was crazy enough to be a memorable vehicle, but it never actually fully gave up and died on us. I always kept going, just. Like I say, third gear, you'd put it in third and it'd do some weird crunching noise. Quite loud as well. But yeah, just go from second to fourth. Problem solved. To be fair, the guy we bought it off actually bought it from a garage down the road from where I live now. He did tell us third gear. To be fair, if we were going to test drive it, we probably would have figured it out pretty quick ourselves, but he didn't try and blag us or anything. He said, I'll do it, you cheap. Because the third gear's sketchy and I can't be arsed fixing it or paying to get it looked at and all that. And yeah, good deal that was. And to be fair, he said it won't break or anything, but it just makes a noise, and it was like, okay. And yeah, we owned it for years, and it made a noise, and it never broke. So he wasn't lying. That was a good, honest salesman, that was. Good for him. And yeah, like I say, it went to Poland in the end. I'd love to know, like, a lot of old vehicles, I'd love to know what happened to them. Some of the normal vehicles I'm not too arsed. Oh, don't do it, frame rate. But yeah, some of the classics and that. Well, I use the term classics loosely. Some of the memorable vehicles. I would like to know what happened to them. Right, brake. Do not fly off the bloody... That is a very wonky looking bridge. Do you know what? I'll delete it in a sec. Every now and then it does spawn extra logs, which to be fair isn't really much of an issue anymore. The frame rate going especially, it doesn't quite listen to me brakes until about a second after I press them. Let's see though for the hell of it, if not I'll just relay it. No, it's just spawned 2. Getting that bit nearer that edge. Get it a little bit... oh fuck. It won't let me place it because they're in the way. Is there a way to delete them? No, there isn't, is there? Oh, it worked. Oh, good. Oh, there you go. And it did still leave them, so it did sort of duplicate them in the end. There doesn't really seem to be sort of any rhyme or reason. Do you know what? It's done it this time as well. Look, the bridge sections are lower. You see how it leaves like a big lip? I actually don't think it did that the first time. Alright, let's at least get to this side, because if I need to move them... Yeah, now I've got 3 logs. Don't know why I haven't got 4. It was a bit... Do need to get it pretty close to the edge. Oh, stick drift. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, now it's spawned another, now there's 4. Is it? I just need to check, is it left like... Yeah, look, there's like just a big drop-off lip now. Which again, in real life, like a stone bridge would never just randomly drop halfway through. What I can do now, though, that it's spawned extra logs, I'll just build... If you build a 3 slot, it just corrects it. It like accounts for the slope. I was going to say, don't be a tosser and not let me put it down. Now I've got 6 logs. Yeah, now it just puts the bridge on like a slight angle and corrects for it. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, a 2-slot bridge it doesn't like it. Do you know what, after all that, I'm going to have to grab these logs. Because I've got to bring a truck across here later. In fact, I don't really need them anymore. Let's just throw them over the edge. How nice it is to just be wasteful with cargo all of a sudden. But I've been treating these like the fucking One Ring in Lord of the Rings the other day. Especially trees on this map. Buy log, you are free. Best wood in the business, free range logs. I need to know for science, if we throw one in the water, will it float along? It's probably like good handbrake. Start rolling back. Probably doesn't help that it's caught on the bridge, but you kind of wedge your tyres on it. It's like Jeremy Clarkson did it in a Top Gear episode, I remember. You know what? A bit more of a current up there. If we're going to do it, let's do it properly. See, you know, like now, if I could just press X, instead of it being for low gear, and it just disconnected that without me having to stop, go into the bloody menu just to disconnect it. Which is X in the end anyway, but it only works once I'm in the menu. It doesn't really seem to listen to the current. Not to the degree it's actually moving. Well, not even at all. Sol Vegas, I feel you. Was thinking of getting SnowRunner, but haven't. Not the same. This is why. Oh, sorry, it just jumped there a bit. Bold Dudes Raw. I rate this semi as the second worst truck in the game. Even on paved roads, it understeers like mad at high speeds. Yeah, it's pretty bad for it. Again, I was like laughing because the guy said it's driver error, which, again, I crash all the time. I knew he was having a laugh at that. Well, even if he is being serious, like, he's not wrong. But it was like, no, honestly, it really does understeer. It wasn't all on me this time. Oh yeah, shit. I keep looking at it. It's not getting any better. Dump truck. In fact, before I do that, no sand radiuses, so scalper. At this point, it might just be better to build that road, bridge even. That gets me up here. Yeah, and then I just put the scalper somewhere. Where did I put it last time? Must have been, yeah, along there. Right, so I'm going to need the mule. Oh, don't fuck off, frame rate. It might go away, but I won't hold my breath. Hopefully I think I've got a second mule. Oh, they're both out somewhere. Where the hell's the other one then? Alright, well we're recovering it. I'm going to have to pick up 15 concrete slabs. Not going to go very far with them though. Touch wood as long as I don't tip over or anything. Yeah, what have I got? 15, so probably put like 11 in the sideboard and 4 on my roof. It's just better for balancing the vehicle out. If you put too many just in the back, this thing wheels like crazy. Which is alright on some bits, but I'll probably tip it quite easily. The only bit they could do with fixing is I don't like that I have to keep switching through every bit of cargo going just to get to the bit that I want. I mean, to be fair, they may have done something like that, because for example, those concrete slabs are stacked on each other. So if I wanted, like, say this stack, but I wanted the top one, I don't know, you can still just press left and right on the D-pad, I suppose. It'd still scroll through them. See, and then when it jumps back and you have to scroll through all of these, like for a start, it may as well not offer me all the slabs that are underneath the top slab, because I can't winch to them anyway, because it will cock block me, and the lines will be red, so it may as well just skip all of them. That would, even that would kind of speed it up a little bit. Stacking them's not too bad. I mean, it's not the slowest thing to do. Apart from, yeah, just scrolling through the winch points. Boa, is this a game or a political commentary on our governments? Have I even said anything about the government yet? I could get a lot more political than that. I can't think what I said though. You're the one who mentioned the tranny neutral, gender neutral tranny fluid. So you can't really talk in this case. But yeah, I can certainly have a good old rant about how shit the government are. Never any shortage of that. Three, you're able to pinch it down quite nicely with the crane. 4 kind of gets a little bit high. I might try 4 because I'll even then have 11 stacked up in the sideboard. But yeah, 3 preferably is like, it just fits quite nice with the level of the crane. thought I should still be able to pinch them down or whatever, though. And I've not got to travel that far. Good job I've got a bit of road already built. Do it. Bit of a red looking mule on that one. They seem to be mixing up the colours a bit more on AI vehicles. They used to be like, I believe, sort of whatever colour I picked as my vehicle. But they sort of seem to just be rotating through all the colours these days. Which is pretty good. Get a little sneak peek of like what it actually looks like. Really? I don't think low range made any difference there, by the way. I think it was the back of my sideboard just got caught on the road. Oh, you do it. Thought about it. You bastard. How close did I get? See, and if I could access the crane menu quicker than 5 fucking seconds... I could often move the crane and stop myself. At least prop yourself up so you're not like fully tipped. Let's see if this can shove it over. But yeah, because you have to do that bloody down on the D-pad, which, like I said, considering they've wasted X, square, and triangle on buttons you mostly don't press. Yeah, I'd much rather be able to access the crane. Boa, any idea what 100% of junk recovery is worth on the map? I'm not sure, to be honest. Obviously, I think it'd vary from map to map. I'd imagine on this map it'd be quite a lot, because there does seem to be quite a lot of yellow items all over the place flashing around. Try and get sort of under it, and then do marching. Worst case, I'll just try and shove it into the actual square, and it'll just take the slabs anyway. So it should go. So normally it lifts its, yeah, dozer a bit higher than that. Really wants to tip. Just got to get another few feet. Pretty good, just check it's all flush on the other end. It's looking alright though, it's pretty nice that end. Yeah, this just makes life a hell of a lot easier to basically get across this valley without following all those little weird drop down points. And then, you know, like that road coming back up this side will be an absolute nightmare that you go half a mile an hour in the mule. Typical. I don't really need it anymore anyway. Scalper. That's weird, it just wasn't letting me press. Oh, no, it's alright, it's just being weird. No, it's still got its like legs, yeah. Scalper legs deployed. So I mean, like, oh, he might actually beat me. I was going to say, I'm going to cross the road and that Azov's going to try and crash into me. Nitro Finn, just let go of the throttle a bit in turns. On paved road, it's one of the best trucks in the game and has the biggest bed. What's that, the semi-truck? Yeah, I could let go of the throttle. They could also make it not understeer as much, but yeah. The problem, see, it's like with a mule. If they didn't make it as ridiculous in dropping down gears, losing all your speed and momentum, and then doing fake gear noises even though you don't really have any gears to speak of, I would be more inclined to feather the throttle and all the rest of it. But because this game bites you quite a lot, if you do feather the throttle, I sort of lean on the side of, like, I keep it pinned until I get there. But I do agree, like, I'm sure letting it off. Yeah, on paved sections, the semi-trucks are sound. I used them on Sojourn and moved a load of big pipes around the port and everything, because I didn't really have to go on any dirt roads, and it was cool for that. They just suck basically everywhere else. And considering it is an off-roading game, you're going to get to where you need to off-road sooner or later. And then it chokes pretty spectacularly. Might have to bring a bit of sand up here. Just to sort of level that off. I'm happy with the bridge. I did last time though, poured sand on that rock just to sort of smooth it all out. I even did sand all along here actually. Oh, not again, frame rate. What have they fucking done? This is like the 5th time tonight. For fuck's sake. Can't a man just do a fucking live stream? Sol Vegas. I saw a video where a mod map added 1 million. Maybe they got pissed and stopped adding. I looked at the mod creator and said nope. What, added 1 million, like, do you mean in cargo and all the rest of it, clearing the entire map? Yeah, to be fair, that would take a bloody long time. If I think, like, using that cargo glitch, the amount of cargo I just spawned right next to the construction zone and used the dozer just to push it into the construction zone. And even that took a while. Ben Gibson, what's the bet in GTA 6 is delayed, not because of single player, but because they want multiplayer on release. And for it not to shit itself with death with server overload. That's true. That wouldn't surprise me. They're definitely going to want, yeah, multiplayer and all that with the, because that's one thing I always found a bit of a shame with GTA 5. You do the single player mode, and back when it first came out, it's like fair enough. But like I said, when you finish the game, you either did the Leicester missions whilst playing the stock market, and then you can afford the golf club and all the rest of it. And now I've got billions of dollars between all my characters, but nothing left to buy. But then they kept adding stuff into multiplayer. But you can tell they just, like, flat out refused to add it over into single player, because they knew then some people would then not need to go on multiplayer and they'd go back to single player. Which is a bit annoying, because it's like, yeah, I didn't really want to play GTA multiplayer. Whereas if they at least added more stuff, like, after the game, to be honest, they could have even added it as a paid DLC, and I probably would have paid for it if it added, like, another, I don't know, 20 different random businesses you could buy around the map, and, I don't know, a few more, like, handy things. Even back on, like, Vice City and all that, you're able to buy quite a lot of different properties and have loads of garages stashed all over the place and all sorts. Not really, on something like GTA 5, I want to be buying, like, half the property on the map, really. Probably more. Even if it ended up being, like, buying big properties in, where Franken lived, in, like, the nice house up in the hills. Even if you bought them and the game just classed it as, like, you rent them out and you make money back from them, it'd still be better than nothing. Right, well, that's definitely going to need to come further this way. I might try and put it there, actually. Yeah, there's half of that glitch set up. That seems to be like the dead centre of the map. Looks like a few little pipes escaped, but for for the most part, pretty successful. I just need to get the construction zone so I can sell it all. Well, I've made quite a lot of money back tonight. I had like 180 grand when I started tonight, but I bought the Warden. That was 120 grand. I'm back to, yeah, 140, so not too bad. I swear this feels slower than it used to. They put an immovable traffic light right on the corner. They did this a lot in SnowRunner. They'd always put something on the inside of a corner. And it's like, you do know we are a truck driving game with giant trailers. And that is like the worst possible place to put something that can't be knocked down. They do it on SnowRunner with telegraph poles. The amount of times they conveniently put them right on the inside of a corner. In this game, what was it? Traffic. Oh, what did you need a traffic light there for? In this place, you got like one car a month that drives past. I keep looking, thinking I must be in low gear, but I don't know. This just feels pretty damn slow tonight. Sometimes you got to watch it deploy. If you switch to a vehicle, it doesn't quite finish. Right, that's that. Where's me dump truck? That'll be that. I may as well just recover it to the river base and start from there. What's 2x2 hands of blue? Boa. Scotty Kilmer, YouTube famous mechanic, talked about a Ford pickup under 5 years of age on its third transmission. Do you know what? I think I might have seen that. I know the guy you're on about. I think a lot of mechanics really are sort of sick of fixing newer vehicles based on like just the awkward shit they do. I remember a guy, it was years ago, but he used to he fixed gearbox in the day, and then his kind of hobby was building drag, or part of a team that built drag cars to race at Santa Pod. It's like a sort of famous drag strip over here. And yeah, funnily enough, it was the M5 I ended up owning, the E60, and he said when that came out, it's got a special bolt or whatever it is, like to get the 7th gear out of the gearbox, and only BMW had like the thing that would fit it, and they were charging like ridiculous money, and it was just one of the ways that they were like trying to sort of cut people like him out of it unless he paid something stupid. It was either like, I can't remember because there's a few other things he mentioned, but it was either something ridiculous like you had to pay 5 grand for like the right socket that'll take the gear out, or it was like you had to get something on like a subscription basis, so he'd have to keep like, you know, sign up to some kind of monthly BMW mechanic thing. Why is this thing just not driving forward in the slightest? I don't know, it was just stuck there doing nothing for a minute. Yeah, and just like different ways that they try and sort of fuck you over, whereas back in the day obviously they generally, I say generally, like made stuff though that made sense that it'd be built that way and so on. These days you see like, I don't know, a Toyota might put like the starter motor that's somehow buried deep in the engine, and you have to take the exhaust manifold off and all that just to get to it. I remember years ago asking a guy if he'd be interested in fixing my BMW E30, and he actually said at the time like no, because he doesn't like working on older vehicles. Because he said like the nuts and bolts are always rusted, versus a newer vehicle is nice and easy. But again, that was a little while back. I wonder if his tune has changed a little bit now that he needs 50,000 different sockets to take off proprietary screws and nuts and bolts and everything from every other vehicle, to sort of try and cock block him out of being able to do it. Because they obviously just want you to go to like the main BMW place or whatever to take the gearbox out. But obviously, yeah, the guy I was on about, his name was Axel, like was his nickname anyway. And yeah, I mean, he built like drag racing gearboxes and all sorts. He kind of knew his shit. He was pretty good at his craft, so I don't know. I'd certainly trust him with taking a gearbox apart, etc. That's Ford tough for you, I guess. Yeah, that is pretty bad. I saw another video. It wasn't that Scotty Kilmer, but it was another guy basically showing the same thing where just about like newer vehicles he had coming in, where he said like, you know, this vehicle's at 40,000 miles or whatever, and it's already on its third gearbox. And then he was saying the other annoying thing was like, I don't know quite how it all worked, but say someone would bring it in under warranty and they'd want their gearbox replacing, and it would say like Toyota, for example, or Ford it could be, they'd pay out, they'd say like, right, switching the gearbox is a 3-hour job. But then this guy was saying there's so many like weird nuts and bolts and this and that in the way, it's never a 3-hour job. And they always get people coming in with newer cars that are under this like warranty and blah blah blah, but then the company only pays out a few hours of work, even though it takes a lot more than that to do it. And he was just sort of saying like, yeah, mechanicking is sort of getting shit because you're just endlessly changing gearboxes and stuff on new stuff, but just getting really underpaid for it because of the way like they just quote it as like how many hours it should take when it clearly will take more. And yeah, even like my stepdad's a mechanic, and he sort of says back in the day it was like fixing, you know, buses, lorries, all sorts, but it was all just pretty simple, obvious stuff, whereas these days, yeah, same thing. It's like you need different computers that plug in to read certain codes, and it won't like do anything unless you've got the correct computer and all sorts. They have kind of purposely sort of screwed it all up a bit, really. Where is my dozer? That'll be the one. Sol Vegas, we should all get on and race the track at 100 laps. What, is that on the racetrack I did? Or you're on about a different game? Boa, it's just made more complicated because of incompetence, not because it's actually a difficult job. Yeah, that probably doesn't help. Road building or running government. I wouldn't trust the government running a bath, let alone running a government. Frame rate's doing it again. Oh, it's just gone back up. Oh yeah, tell it while I'm here, I'll move these rocks out of the way. Old dude's rule. Nice job with bridge. Oh, that, yeah, that second one. I was thinking of the wooden one that was like pretty wonky. Unless I am behind on the comments, and you did mean that. But yeah, that big concrete bridge. It honestly is. It's pretty worth doing that one. You don't use it loads. There is an AI route later though that it just makes life a lot easier. But just yeah, to be able to cut across to that like Elamir Palace and all the rest of it. It's been pretty handy. I've only used it 3 or 4 times, but the amount of time alone that's probably saved is, yeah, sort of is pretty decent. Nitro Finn, I suspect they make understeer and slightly shitty gearboxes as their way of balancing the game. If there's a perfect vehicle, we won't ever use anything else. They're right, but also wrong. Yeah, exactly. That's it, really, where I get it with, like, yeah, they sort of want to make it not instantly great, but then I don't really know. Yeah, it's just not a very good way of balancing it as like, now just give us something that's crap. But I don't know how else they could. They could make the The route's a bit more difficult, maybe. Just, I don't know, whether it be more rocks, more lumps, deeper mud. But yeah, it's obviously part of the balancing, and I'm sure it is a bit of a tricky thing to get right. But then it seems like they decided near the end, fuck it, we didn't get it right. It just nerfed the mule, because otherwise everyone will just perpetually use the mule. Which I still do anyway, like, I still just find it quicker than bringing 2 vehicles, having to bring a crane and, like, a Voron or whatever. As much as I'd more than happily use, like, the Voron or, like, the Tega dump truck. They could easily do a version of that that's got a crane and a sideboard. Oh yeah, well there you go, yeah, Nitrofin, I want a crane on a Voron. Yeah, that'd be a pretty cool one as well. I quite like the Voron, other than, yeah, it doesn't have a crane. Ben Gibson, Nitrofin, I think the Voron's getting a crane in 3.0. That'd be pretty cool. That's definitely what they need to focus on. I assume they've probably got quite a bit of feedback from people saying, what the fuck? We've only got 1 vehicle that's actually a crane sideboard combo. I know that other epic thing is that's got the grabby crane, but that's not quite the same. When you want if you wanted to throw concrete slabs in or whatever, you'd be there all day faffing around trying to pick them up. And yeah, that's a tracked vehicle as well, which I do like tracked vehicles, but like I say, they're really awkward with steering if you're on rough terrain. And then you kind of get stuck going in a straight line, which can be annoying in certain situations. I don't know if it's worth putting a bit of sand across there. I probably won't at the minute. We'll see if the semi-truck I'm about to drive actually makes it. Missed that at the last second. Zach1755, how's it going, Wolf? I'm looking forward to trying that resource glitch tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? Yeah, it's a bloody handy glitch. So like I say, now that's why I stacked them all up tonight. I now know whether they remove it, whatever goes on. Oh, I've got 1,000 of every resource, but then I did an extra 500 of the pipes and beams, because then if I sell 500 of each, I've still got 1,000. I don't know why. I think it's some kind of OCD. I like having a nice round 1,000. Yeah, it's just money-wise. It means I don't, like, if a new vehicle comes out, I can just immediately buy it and demonstrate it or whatever. Like I said, the other day I bought that log grabber thing that's a piece of shit, and the other vehicle that's like a big crane with a grabber, which is less useless, but overall still not very useful. And that was like another 100 grand I just blew on vehicles. I know I can sell them back. The only vehicle I've sold back so far is that... Is it the Greenway something log forwarder? It did my fucking head in. It just won't grab logs off the ground. The crane just hovers a foot above the ground and won't grab logs for me, even when they're right next to me, so... I was a bit short on cash, and yeah, I just fucked it off and sold it. Well, it was actually some glitch occurred. I can't remember what it was now, but I sold it because of that. Something didn't pan out in the end, and then I could have bought it back, but I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to buy it and never use it, because I don't like it anyway. Yeah, see, driving along roads like this, semi-truck's alright. It's just the entire rest of the map that isn't a road. I don't know what happened there. I didn't turn right. I don't know if I caught something, because I wasn't looking at the tyres, but for some reason it veered off to the right. Bastard. Plan B. Problem is, you can't really push these semi-trucks too easily, because obviously it's articulated, so if you push from the trailer, it just jackknifes the truck. I'll definitely be able to shove it out of the sand it's stuck in, but there's no point in really pushing it the whole way. I reckon it probably will make it, not too willingly, but down the rest of this track, I think that's just like a particular high point sand dune that it's stuck on. Nitro fin, don't get me started on newer cars where you have to dismantle half the front to change a headlamp. Yeah, exactly, it's definitely going that way. So it's one thing I kind of like, that old E30 Beamer that I own. It's not like really old, I think it's 1987, but yeah, it's, you know, before it's all gone like completely insane. If I knew what I was doing with engines, which I don't, I could probably, within reason, like strip, you know, all the bits, probably not the actual full engine itself, but taking like the rocker gasket off and taking all the injectors out or spark plugs, all that's sort of reasonably straightforward before it's yeah, just gone completely overcomplicated and mad now. I mean, even like that E60 that I had, that was 2006, I think, and even back then, really, it was like, it still roughly resembled an engine. Most engines now just have plastic covers and that's about it. You don't even really see much of an engine going on these days. But yeah, that was kind of half and half. It was still semi-mechanical and all that, but really a lot of it was like, yeah, plug a computer in and it'll tell you what error code. See, just a complete lack of weight over the front. I can't steer. Like, it just wouldn't grip, it just kept going straight then. I'll have to give it another ramming. Bit of encouragement. Well, modern cars need the firewall and dash taken apart just to access the headlight assembly. No longer pop out, change the bulb, pop back in. Yeah, they even went the same way with phones, really. Like, when you think about like the Nokia 3310 and that, you just clip the cover off, change the battery, swap your SIM card out and all that, and then slightly newer phones, like, I saw a video on it the other day. The phone I had was a 6630. Wait, it was a phone, I had a 50 something or other. It was the one I dropped in the toilet, and my mate basically gave me his old Nokia that was the 6630, but that had like a removable SSD card. Stop rolling back, you fucker. Right. No. If you switch vehicles this way, it puts the handbrake on automatically. I'll just shove it up the hill when it's got its handbrake on. If it'd catch a bit better, I'd just walk it up the hill like that. It's not quite catching. I was gonna say, if I go sand flattening mode, it's gonna start churning all my road up. No. I was gonna say, you can shit listen to fucking handbrakes for 5 minutes. Now the frame rate's been a twat. But I'll just shove you up the fucking hill sideways in a minute. Yeah, see, stuff like this, though, is why I don't like these semi-trucks, because they're just so needlessly, annoyingly useless. They don't really belong on an off-roading game. Because they're just forever going to be a nightmare like this, and it's not really... Yeah, there's no difficulty going... Like, I'm squeezing the throttle, and it's eventually crawling, but yeah, you just have to suffer through a horrifically shit vehicle that just shouldn't be anywhere near an off-roading game, really. It'd be nice if it stopped steering itself and just kept its fucking steering pointing forwards. That would be a great help. I don't know if the crane will let me pick it up. I'm tempted just to fucking either ram it up there or... Sounds a bit sketchy. It's true. I don't really want to drive the truck. I just need it to catch. So I can actually drag it and not just keep like rubbing along the edge of it. If I wanted to overtake this vehicle, guarantee it would catch every 2 inches and I'd get stuck on it and all sorts. Because I actually want to push it. Oh, it's like a fucking greased up deaf guy. I say please tip, because I can probably catch more stuff under the chassis. See, again, if I wanted to tip this thing over, it wouldn't do it in a million years. I think I'm just going to have to go sand flattening and try and get the blade under. Just magically makes the truck perfectly straight. Everything, again, if I was trying to do, it would not do. But I'd rather sit here fucking around pushing it up there with a dozer, because at least something's happening. Versus, like, I really get no enjoyment out of just using a vehicle that's shit on the map. The dozer's not helping because I can't turn it, which is part of the problem with tracked vehicles. I don't think, again, it'll let me winch to it. Alright, I don't think it'll let me winch to it. I don't even know if it'll let me grab it with a crane, though. But I don't know, because it is a... It's a drivable vehicle, not AI. Dozer is finding every way not to do it. Let's go and get a winch vehicle or a crane as well. I wouldn't mind one of each, actually. Have I got a winchable vehicle nearby? Probably not. I don't think a scout will tow it, but I just want to see if it'll actually let me fire winches to it. And then I'm also, if not, I'll bring a crane and see if I can pick it up. If not, I'll fuck the mission off. I'll just do it, like, between live streams. Because, yeah, I'd rather waste 10 minutes ramming it up the hill with a dozer than waste 10 minutes whilst everybody watches a semi-truck uselessly climb up a hill that it is clearly not even remotely designed to be able to do. I could pave the road, but again, it's just... I get to the point, it's like, no, I'm not over-engineering and paving every fucking road for shit vehicles that have been added. They just need to make the vehicles a bit better. And it's not going to break the game by doing so. I only want it to have enough grip to go half a mile an hour. I'd be willing to accept that over just getting stuck everywhere. Or it understeers because there's no weight or blah blah blah. Like, yeah, I just never have fun driving these vehicles. They're just fucking annoying. It won't let me winch to it, so I probably could just pick it up with a crane then. I can winch to it, but I doubt this thing will tow it up. Try towing mode, but... yeah, for a start, it's not even fucking pointing the wheels the right way. Plus this thing, to be honest, is struggling to get up the hill on its own. Next plan. Crane. That one. Ford Tough. Lol, well you could own a Chevy and be replacing the engine every year. Junk. Are they pretty bad as well? Yeah, I don't even know, like, what even it really is a reliable car these days. Again, as a kid, I had a bloody Lada Samara from Russia growing up. That thing was a fucking bulletproof machine. Oh, shit. Yeah, never did anything wrong. Never broke. Got hit by a van and it cracked the indicator light. That was it. Yeah, pretty underrated vehicle. Chewed that section up a bit when I went into demolition mode and all that. Doing a better job than the bloody dozer was. No, I'm gonna go. Stop switch. Turn your fucking handbrake off, you silly bollocks. Time wasting bastard just from that. Oh my fucking god. Oh, it's still trying to fucking roll back now. Help if I could winch to the entire truck and not just the front bit. Well, this goes. Not great, because I'm leaning. Hold it up in the air. Oh yeah, it's another thing I wish they would fix. Like, eventually it's kicking in, but you know when you try to retract the crane cable, quite often if you leave a lot of slack on it and then put something on your roof or whatever, it just won't reel it in. You sort of have to then lift the crane back up to needing, like, until it's close to being able to reel it in. Better. Do it to me, scalper. Yeah, I'd rather travel around like this, if that's what it's needed. Still, I don't know, more fun than driving a bloody semi-truck. This is where something like a high gear would really be quite nice in this game. Oh yeah, it was around this corner. along here. There it is. It wouldn't let me knock these trees over last time. No, it did that one in the end. I hit it pretty hard with a mule. And, funnily enough, was I towing this bloody truck? I think I was. That's right. I'll take that mission. May as well leave that around here, because I think I need it a little bit later for fixing some pipes and all the rest of it. Oh, that's going over there as well. Oh, saying that, which vehicles is it going to send? If it's Azov's, we're probably pretty cooked. They're probably not going to get up that road I built. Even though it is a goddamn professional job of a road. Probably have to go quite wide around there. I might just get the dozer and try and flatten that bit, because I kind of messed it up with the destruction mode. Oh yeah, this is where they cross these points over. They could have just made this destination point here, and then the AI mission that ends up going off up this way, like, whereas it forces them to cross. They're not watch Ghostbusters. You never cross the streams. Where's the dump truck, dozer even? Should be enough sand. Looks like fuck that bit of road up as well. Semi-truck, more hassle than it's worth. That bit done. Yeah, at least there's enough sand depth here to flatten it out. Eat some trees. See, the other day I'll be like, oh, I best not kill that tree in case I can chop it down and cash it in. That don't really matter anymore. Oh my god. What kind of plunkers have we got now? What are you stuck on? Oh, a lamppost. You used to just be able to hover over these icons and it'd like open requests, but now you have to go back to that for some reason. I'm just going to cancel it and make this a bit wider around here, even though they did actually make it past. Right, let's leave them ticking on for a bit. Oh my god, frame rate, can you fuck the fuck off? For some reason, I noticed last time the frame rate dropped, I think I was in this menu, and it just did it again, and switching over to looking at this seemed to like fix the frame rate again, so maybe that is a way around it. They still need to fix it, it's getting ridiculous, like the 6th or 7th time now it's done it tonight. I've only done one bloody live stream. Right, yeah, there's an item there. I may as well get the mule. Get 3 pipes, take them over there. The crane nearby can sort them. and then grab the pump. Oh, now it's gone back to being a knobhead with the frames. Oh, there you go, it's fixed itself again. For now. Ford Tough, you can winch to it. Yeah, cheers, man. Is that the? It must be the actual proper like AI vehicles. It won't let you winch to, which is a little bit annoying because when I had it the other day, they were all tipping over at the port on this map. I couldn't even winch them with a loaf just to flip them back to their wheels. Once they've tipped, they're pretty much done. Sol Vegas, the tracked Scout will pull it no problem. Tracked Scout. Which one are you on about? You know about that Kraylin thing? So I've honestly found that's not very good at pulling things. Tried pulling a few rocks out of the way as well, and that's pretty hopeless at that. The loaf, though, if you mean that, I reckon that would have pulled it pretty easily. A915 GMV. Am I the only one that teleports mission trucks with the loaf? I do it sometimes. It's just I don't always have the loaf where I would want to teleport them anyway, so then at that point I've got to drive the loaf to where I want to, but as and when it does work out to be quite convenient, I do. I probably don't do it as much as I should, because each map I essentially get like a load of fuel left over, which I don't know, I'm just always been in the habit of like saving up a reserve of something in case I need it one day, but then I don't know, kinda that day purposely never comes, because even if there is a time I need it, I kind of convince myself not to dip into it in case there's an even more important future event that I'll need it for. Well, it does pay off rarely. I was thinking, like, for example, World of Tanks Blitz. I've had that game for about a decade, and I always end up having like 30 million in money, and I could buy some tier 10 tanks and stuff with that. I always try and bank up like 1 million or 2 in free XP and all that, when I could just use it. But then every now and then they'd release some kind of like event where you could spend free XP on something, and I didn't always need it, but at times there was where it's like, oh, or there'd be money to buy something, and it's like, oh, thank God I've got 30 million stashed away. Or like, yeah, 1 million in free XP and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's always been in the habit from back in the day, because as I've said before, but a lot of older gamers, all sort of like back in the PS1 days, Nintendo days, that sort of thing, you could start a game where you might accidentally fuck yourself up on a mission, or like something that you've spent earlier, or you've already used it or whatever. I don't know, probably one of the old Lara Croft games, something like that. And then you get to a point where it turns out you actually need the item, and then at that point it might be like an auto save, or you've already saved over or whatever, and then it's like you got to start the entire game again. So I think based off that, I kind of, yeah, always hoard stuff. I've said it before, years ago, playing Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway. That used to auto-save at awkward moments. And me and my brother were just taking it in turns on it, and we got stuck in a section where all I remember is as soon as you start, there was 3 German soldiers next to a church, and we had 3 bullets left in like an M1911 or whatever it was. Yeah, and it just because the way it auto-saved when we had hardly any ammo left, if it just didn't save and we died, we would have reset a bit further back with more ammo, but it just kind of trapped us into this section where we immediately spawned. It was on the hardest mode, so those 3 soldiers would absolutely kick your ass. And we were basically like, right, fuck it, we'll give it one more go each, and then we'll just have to reset the entire game and work back there. And Ed had his go, and then I had mine, and I'd honestly lifted the gun up and just popped 3 headshots. Dropped all 3 of the soldiers, and we actually got past it, and it was like, thank fuck for that. But it was just pure like 50th or 100th go each. Oh shit, I was supposed to grab a pipe. I just unstrapped it and then drove off. Yeah, and just by, I don't know, repetitive, like, eventually got lucky enough. Popped all 3 of them in the head with only 3 bullets, because that was all we had left. But that was the sort of game, again, where it's like, right, in the future, save a grenade or 2 or something. Kind of almost don't let myself get down to, like, really low ammo or whatever it is, whatever the game is. And yeah, I don't think it's as much of a problem these days. I think game companies have kind of figured out, like, they don't want you to be able to sort of make that happen. Funny enough, actually, an example on this game, on Deluge, you know where you have to fix those 5 pipes, and 2 of them are underground? And I think it was actually on last week's live stream. It might have been you that said it, Boa, was like, can you pour sand over the pipe once it's fixed? And I just assumed, like, oh yeah, you must be able to. And I tested it out, and we saw it, poured sand on that pipe, and it just didn't fill the hole at all. And then it made me think later on, I was like, I bet they've done that, because if you poured sand in the hole before you did that mission, obviously the hole would be filled, and then you wouldn't be able to swap the pipe out. So I bet they've purposely made it so you can't pour sand in that hole, just otherwise some people will accidentally checkmate themselves into, like, they've filled the hole, but they haven't done that mission yet, and then they'll get stuck on that mission, basically. So I suppose there's, like, an example of, not quite the same as, like, hoarding something for reserves, but yeah, that's an example of, like, they've already kind of thought, right, worst case, if a game comes out these days and it kind of has a way of checkmating you into having to start the entire game again, it tends not to go down well. It'll probably get quite a lot of bad publicity from a kind of a, especially these days, it'll be considered a bit of an amateur mistake on the devs' part. But yeah, at the time when I tried filling that hole with sand, I remember thinking, like, oh, that's a bit shit. That, like, it's almost felt like there's a bit of an amateur mistake that they won't let us fill the hole. In fact, this is probably another prime example. I bet if I brought sand here and poured it, it just would all vanish and it wouldn't let me fill this hole. Which, to be fair, they could make it, like, so you can fill it after the mission's done or something, because as well being Roadcraft and you can pour sand and whatnot, it seems like it'd make sense that you could fill the hole after you fix the pipe. But yeah, I bet they've just made it an absolute, like, you can't do it for that reason. Imagine if only it was that easy in real life. So it's got good steering, but probably not that good. Where is the last pipe, actually? I might be able to do it with this mule. Ford Tough. Wish I would have thought to try that a couple of days ago. Finished with Sandswept yesterday. Oh, you done that now? You on Kernel now, then? I just towed it with that tracked thing you unlock on this map. Oh, did you? Yeah, Kraylin or whatever. I keep calling it a Kraylin. I'll have to try it. I will say, to be fair, that semi-truck didn't feel like very heavy or anything when I was picking it up with that crane. But I just found I was trying to move some rocks the other day with that Kraylin, and it just really wasn't picking them up or dragging them along very well. Versus, like, the Loaf, he is a goddamn professional. He really does. Loaf is good at moving rocks. Yeah, we could do with a bit of a heavier scout vehicle. Because that's sort of what the Loaf is, but it's obviously does, like, vehicle recalling and all the rest of it. How did they manage to get all the way up there and then get stuck there? Let's find out. Does he just overturn? No. God knows, they just randomly got stuck. Right. Oh yeah, and deliver the object, right. Mule? Oh shit, and I just drove it all the way over here now. Can you already know it's not spawn those objects I need to take to the archaeological site? That's right, the British way. Jesus Christ. Couldn't actually tell the insurance company and came out of nowhere. Oh, what a wanker. Rather you carried on honking at me than tap out. What an arsehole. Now they've all got to start again. AG, you'll need it on Colonel. What's that? It's not the semi-truck, is it? I hope not. Ford Tough, I bet I'm expecting it to be a rough map. Yeah, with a Colonel. I've heard the rumours. Oh, have I got to go and bring that thing here? Fuck, where is it? There. For what it's worth, they could highlight it a bit better. It is my mistake. I have also done this mission already, so I should know better, really. No, in fact, it's all coming back to me now. Yeah, I brought the 3 pipes and that pump thing, whatever it is, at the same time. Do you know, in fact, at this point, I might as well just recover to the river base. Save a bit of time. Ford Tough, the tanker is worse than the box trailer for some reason. I had more trouble with it. Yeah, I found the same. I think the fuel trailer is a bit heavier, so it sort of, by comparison, makes the semi-truck even worse, because one, there's even less weight in the semi-truck in general. So I think it has a harder time kind of like manipulating the fuel tanker, versus that box trailer thing just seems to be like, sort of weighs nothing really. Doubt it. Nitro Fin, just unlocked Colonel. The TUZ-303 flies along that map. Yeah, I quite like it though, other than again, I've not really tested it dragging a semi-truck, I'm just moving rocks with it, but apart from that, I really like it. For a tracked vehicle as well, I like how rapid it is once it gets up to speed, which doesn't take that long, but you know what I mean, it's not like 2 vehicle lengths and it's flying, but yeah, it does fly along pretty damn nicely. It's quite an enjoyable vehicle to sort of just go flying all over the map, really. Oh yeah, they did the exact same thing and drifted along there last time. I think the frame rate bit me halfway through as well. Yeah, overall I think it's a pretty cool vehicle. And considering it was, for me anyway, the last one I unlocked, because they dropped the level down for the Warden and all that, so I kind of had them by then. That Kraylin, yeah, the TUZ-303 was like my last vehicle, and unlike SnowRunner, where the last vehicle was that bloody Derry heap of shit, yeah, the last vehicle I unlocked on this game was actually like a pretty cool usable vehicle. We've all got a horn, mate. Oh god, frame rate, don't do it. Yeah, or even if you counted like that Warden ATV in this game, it's a little bit on the slow side. I would like it to be a little bit quicker, but other than that, in its own right, that's quite handy as well, although it is a terrible idea that it doesn't have a winch. Which, yeah, makes it a lot less useful to me. I'm not just saying it's because it's the Loaf, but I think the Loaf is the best vehicle in this game. Like, he can recall vehicles. He's goddamn professional. He can pull rocks. He can flip vehicles. Yeah. I don't think I've got him stuck anywhere yet. Except, like, he can't go in deep water, that's it. Just need a snorkel version. And we'll be good to go. Which I wish they would, yeah, give us the ability to buy a new version, and preferably a snorkel version would be pretty cool. I suppose we could. 5 steel beams. Ford Tough, have they ever addressed the frame drop issues? I haven't researched it much, so I'll probably fix it now that I'm pretty much done with the game until... yeah, that's usually the way it works. They've mentioned it. If you go on Steam, there's they basically sort of admit, like, they've heard that there's an issue. Do you know what I mean? As we'll get a bit closer. And they said they're kind of working on it to fix it, so I don't really know when it'll be. I'm guessing from their end, it's probably, like, not saying major as in really bad, but I assume it's not a case of just changing, like, a little line of code, because otherwise I think they probably would have fixed it by now. I assume whatever they did on patch 2.0 has obviously messed with it, but I don't know, they're probably sort of having to figure out how they can fix it without undoing everything they changed in patch 2.0. But yeah, it's definitely a pain in the arse. For some reason, just as Sod's Law would have it, whilst on livestream, it's hit me like pretty bad tonight. Whereas, as I said, the last 2 days, I don't think it's done it once to me. Or it's done it like for, you know, where it does it for 5 or 10 seconds. But then corrects itself. Whereas, yeah, tonight, it's absolutely been ruthless. Nitro Fin, yeah, on Reddit they addressed it and promised a patch... fix on patch 3.0. Yeah, the sooner the better. Nice. Any news on modded vehicles? I've not heard anything about that, because that's what I mean in the mod menu as well. It's only maps. I was kind of hoping for a few modded vehicles myself. Again, the other week I did attempt to do a mod of some sort, but yeah, long story short, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. That's basically how that went. Then after about an hour of getting nowhere, I was like, yep, I'm nowhere near the level of being able to mod anything. That's basically what I concluded from that. So I bought another memory stick thing or whatever for my PC. I had a deleted load of videos the other day, but yeah, I'd used like 1.7 terabytes already just saving footage for this game. But I deleted loads of it, so I've freed like a lot of that up. But I bought another 2 terabyte stick. I want to try and get Linux on it, and then dual boot or whatever, so I can have Linux and Windows. And then yeah, preferably I want to get rid of Windows at some point. Yes, I am, Kelly. You've heard them rumours. Play your cards right, be on top of you. Oh yeah, I need to clear that little section out. One day I'll remember to deploy the crane legs before I tip. Sure, if you could keep the crane legs out, there's a pretty handy way of carrying these, like, they kind of hook on the crane legs, and you can hold 2 of them. Like, I can get it more straight than that, but obviously you can't really drive. That is the problem. Other than that, yeah, you can sort of put them both like that. They sit on there great. I suppose it, sure, let's try it. It's unlikely, but let's see if it straps the cargo. it would in theory stay there. Yeah, I knew it wouldn't. It's too good to be true. I wonder how they intend us to actually move these. I end up just doing this and balancing it on the mule or whatever, but the semi-truck won't get to 98% of the places these are. Every now and then there's ones near a road and all the rest of it, so it'd be fine. Yeah, I think you hit the gate from that way, so that should be alright. Don't even know why it zoomed out then. I didn't. So pressing the same buttons I've always been pressing. This game is like, what the hell? I'm not doing that. Oh god, it's an Azov. It's like the second to last thing we want to see. Get some goddamn road etiquette, man. Right, let's let him tick along for a minute. Let's pick another mission. Oh, there's another AI route. I may as well get this one done. I actually blocked this AI route on my other playthrough the other day because all that cargo kind of deployed all over here. There was so much of it, these couldn't get around. In fact, that crane's in the way a little bit. I'll move him in a minute. I think it was this way I had to go. Probably should look. We're all good. There is one rock in the way up here. They tended to run over it for me, but then for a little while they got... Yeah, I think it was that one. It was more in the middle for me. And they kept getting stuck on it here for a while. Right, move that crane. Throw that in the zone while I'm rotating. What did I do? Apparently I completed something. I don't know what it was. Oh shit, am I right in the way now? Oh no, it's all good, they're going that way. Nitro fin shouldn't fill the hole before they ask you to, Wolf. It's true. It's yeah, romance 101. Ford Tough, you're behind on chat, Wolf, but yeah, it works. Best shoving rocks with the back end I've found. Now I haven't started kernel yet. We'll probably do it tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'll just check. I don't know if is my chat. Oh, I am at the bottom. Yeah, I was just lagging behind a bit. Yeah, I did move some rocks with it. I think, like, for example, that Malamute, that was really bad at moving rocks. But yeah, that Kralin overall, I do like it, though. I like the way it sort of bombs around the maps. In fact, speaking of which, I know I've got one there. I can't remember if I ever... I'm sure I bought a new one somewhere. Kind of thing I would frivolously spend my money on. Or have I? Gotta find... They could have a better... I don't know. Something better for scrolling through these. Where the hell is it? Oh, there's the first one. Oh, there it is. Sorry, do you know what? I thought it was the Warden ATV. What the hell's he doing there? Under a pipe? God knows. Yeah, well, I've done that route. Find out what happened. Do you know what? I could use this. Go and inspect the solar plant. I'll recover it to the river base. It just speeds that up a bit. A915. Does anyone know why you can only get the rusty loaf? Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think it's because he's just too much of a goddamn professional, and if you could get a new version, he'd just be unstoppable. You wouldn't have to use anything else. I think that is why, because yeah, it seems to be the only vehicle you can get a rusty-only version of. I do find it, given the way they've balanced some vehicles in this game, I do find the loaf to be very generously balanced. And yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Because I think if we had the money and all the rest of it, we could all just buy like 3 or 4 loaves. And yeah, to be fair, I mean, obviously you need a vehicle that you'd want to have like a crane and a sideboard, but other than that, it'll tow everything, move everything, go everywhere, do everything. It's pretty handy, the old loaf. Yeah, this thing though, you can see how quick it zips along. I quite like it. See, it's just there though. I could like turning it. I'm holding right, but it just won't turn because it kills one of those tracks, and the other one just doesn't really grip in. It's not exclusive to this thing. I've found overall it does climb quite decently as well, because the Lynx is pretty damn good at climbing. But yeah, this thing got up most steep slopes. I was trying to send it up. It's just, yeah, every now and then when you turn, it just won't have it. Whereas by comparison, if you turn on flat ground, it zips around pretty well.
Still, maybe it's not as bad as it looks. But you drive around and check what needs to be replaced. Some places look like they're going to be tough to reach, but I trust your usual take.
Yeah, you can't winch that rock. It's a bit annoying because later on AI will have to come past it. Do. For tough, they want you to buy the Warden, I guess. Yeah, true. But then, because that thing hasn't got a winch, that definitely makes it less useful. Like, the loaf having a winch is bloody handy. It definitely wouldn't be anywhere near as useful without it. Zach, I've never seen you use the new version of the Pike tow truck. It's a beast. I can go and buy it. I did use it on something. I'm trying to think what it was. And it may have been the mission, but I ended up not being too keen on it. But I was kind of surprised, because I even like the rusty version of the step pike. But yeah, I can go and buy it. And I'll take it for a mission. Assuming like a relevant mission where I can actually use it. Thought of the pike is very underrated. I use it a lot.
Somewhat useful, at least if we find a whole bunch of spare inverters somewhere. A quick search shows there's a shipment of the things sitting at your friendly port next door. Nice, right? Just one little.
This is another bug as well. It won't let me scroll left or right. You have to go back out of it, back into it, back over to the shop. Oh my god, it's doing it again.
Self is still in one piece. So could you go and check it out?
Make a deal, Kelly. You tell the devs to fix the fucking game, and I'll go and deliver some shit. So is that it? I just can't. Well, I might not be buying the step pike. There we go. Yeah, you want about that one? I'll assume you are. I'm buying it. Yeah, I can't remember what I used it for. And I can't remember why it sucked either. But I remember, again, thinking like, well, I like the rusty version, and this one should objectively be better. Let's go reach some locations with it. Because, yeah, even the rusty one, I like how fast it is versus, like, the mule. It's just a shame the only winch point seems to be, like, the sort of behind the cab. Yeah, if it had a winch point right at the back as well, it'd be pretty nice. But yeah, you can see like way faster, better, more fun, etc. than the mule. It's just the mule has the bloody sideboard and crane.
Good grief. I think there's a pattern here. When we don't know if something is okay or not, it always turns out smashed to pieces. Ah well, not like I'm surprised.
Which yeah, this is more how I would like to drive. All over the place. At least there's a bit of risk involved. You might drift out a bit wide, you might roll it. When the mule makes you go half a mile an hour, it's a bit boring. Gets through them a bit easier as well. I think I came here with a Lynx or something, and I had to ram them like half an inch at a time, and eventually got them out of the way. Oh yeah, I don't think it's going to do too well on this jump, but we'll find out. Did not go well. But it was worth it. Goddamn horse to send him in. Shit, do you wiggle? Oh shit, it's going to stall it as well. It shouldn't matter, I can still wiggle, but it helps when it's running because you can kind of use the, I don't know, drive or whatever to pull yourself forward once you do a little wiggle. But you see, that's another thing I like about the loaf. You can just throw him off a cliff and you know he's good. He's just a goddamn professional, he's been trained for this reason. This was his calling. But yeah, a non-rusty version would be bloody nice. And yeah, I would personally like to be able to strap stuff to the roof. But the devs might not agree. But on SnowRunner you could strap stuff here, there and everywhere, so there's no reason they can't be a bit more chilled about it in this game. Oh yeah, I'll try not to delete the ferry on this one as well. Look at him, he's just a goddamn professional. Time for the dozer, really. Where did I leave it? It'll be around here somewhere. There it is. To be fair, the loaf wouldn't be terrible at clearing that area. You just have to, like, winch to everything. It can probably shove a lot of things out of the way as well, actually. Might have to give it a go on one of them. Nitro Finn, have a good stream everyone, get your bum checked. Signing off. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in and enjoy the rest of your night. Zach, that's the one, Toes Anything. actually pulls scrap cars up on the bed pretty nicely also. Oh, does it? But funnily enough, you saying pulling scrap cars, that's what the Kraylin... Oh, frame rate. It was over here. I tried pulling... There was a car around here somewhere. Oh yeah, it was when I jumped off that hill. I tried towing one of these scrap cars down here to then go up here, and the Kraylin just wasn't... It just wasn't really doing it. That's what I... Yeah. I think that was my sort of test of it. But other than that, yeah, again, I like the Kraylin. I like just how fast it is and everything. Frame rate's biting me. I may as well just quit and reload, just because, as annoying as it is, it's like guaranteed to only take 30 seconds or whatever, versus I could sit there for the next minute or two trying to get it to stop doing the frame rate issue. But yeah, pain in the arse, and hit me pretty bad tonight with this one. And doesn't seem to care about the weight. Yeah, that sounds more like it. I'll have to find another mission to give it a bit of a go. Which, yeah, that's one of the only things I didn't like about the step pipe, though. You know, because the winch does go from, like, the middle of the bed. And because its winch reach isn't ridiculously far past the end of the bed, you have to be quite close to things to get the winch to it. But other than that, yeah, I like it. Again, how quick it drives around and all the rest of it is more how the mule should be. I used to use it quite, the rusty one, but at the beginning of the game, moving the paver and that around. Where the hell am I? I know roughly where I am, but which road do I need? I think it's this one. It's just now, you see, like, driving straight, it'll easily push it, but as I'm trying to steer left, it just kills too much of the power when you steer in tracked vehicles in this game. More than it should, anyway. Let's try sand flattening, so it sort of stay low. Yeah, hopefully they somehow get that fixed. It can't be impossible, because it's a game, so they've just got to keep allowing the power to be applied in some form. Quite handy if you want to push a cart, like, based on the power of this dozer, I should easily be able to push that green container sideways, but it just runs out of juice. No, that way. Yeah, as far as it should push all three of these and so on. Again, not when I'm trying to apply steering, but... See, it stopped there, but I think it's that end green one is getting stuck on the rails of that big crane. Which is a bit annoying, because it's not really, like, this vehicle's fault as such. It's just, yeah, like, kind of catches on it, sort of almost like a hitbox glitch. But then now, yeah, I'm kind of getting stuck because I can't turn. I should stop doing that as well. I think a mode this could do with is like marching mode, but where you can actually keep the blade as low as like sand flattening mode. But if I put it in sand flattening mode now, I'll go half a mile an hour, so it's preferable to keep it in marching mode if you can. Yeah, it's just catching on where the tracks are, which again I think is a bit poor map design and mission design to make you move stuff when there's like hitboxes that you can't really do a lot about. I usually just tow mission vehicles with it. I dragged a semi-truck through a swamp in Kerner with ease. Yeah, that's more like it. I'll have to try it for that sort of thing. I was disappointed in the links with the trailer. No winch on the trailer, it pulls from the very back. Yeah, overall I wasn't... I like the look of it and all the rest of it, and I've used it, but it needs a bit more weight in the actual vehicle as well. And yeah, I think not just with the winch thing, but if you tip it over and you go with a crane to try and pick it up, it only offers you like winch points on the vehicle, I believe, and not the trailer, which kind of makes life a bit awkward. A bit like it did with that semi-truck earlier, actually. Which is a bit annoying, because obviously, yeah, some vehicles it will kind of winch the trailer as well, or crane, winch, rope things, whatever they are. Might be that forklift it's getting caught on. I pushed 5 cargo containers the other day and it was working alright. Still going though. Yeah, this zone's a bit weird because it just kind of sort of ends. Like, it's not really a full square, but I don't know what it plans for us to do. Like, try and shove them off the dock or whatever. Just get down from that. Oh my god, it might have actually got itself stuck. Pull some buttons usually helps. Nope, still counting them as in the zone. Yeah, I've never got them stuck like this before either. Not going that well. Okay, time to bring in the loaf. Had enough of fucking around. That's a quick way. I'll just have to go back around, really. Exactly. That Lynx trailer is the biggest issue for me. The way it articulates makes it a nightmare to back up. Yeah, exactly. It's like the bloody ramped flatbed thing on SnowRunner, but probably even worse, to be fair. I've found when it's empty, if you reverse it and kind of jackknife the hitch so it's at 90 degrees, you can kind of reverse it back, but it's a bit sideways versus the Lynx. A bit stepped over to the side, I should say. But yeah, in general, like, it's nigh on impossible to reverse, particularly in a game like this, because your steering input doesn't always equal the same amount, because you might be on a bit of rough terrain and blah blah blah, so yeah, even if you're on like a flat yard, it's not necessarily that good at reversing it anyway, just because it'll jackknife like quicker than you can correct it with your steering in this game. Particularly on like the finer adjustments, the steering's a little bit slow on this game. Is this stuck on something? Yeah. Oh, it's hitting the corner of them slabs. Why is there a pile of slabs there? I'd like to push these in the water just to get rid of them. Like, get out of the zone. Take the hint. Just get stuck. Like, again, poor mission design. Like, clear the area, but surround everything with immovable, annoying hitboxes. You can sort of steer it with the loaf as well, I've noticed, which is quite handy. No, it started steering off as the bloody sand dune. Let's try and get them while I'm at it. Oh, you know what, it's going to push it back in, yep. That's what she said. Another annoying thing. I wish they'd like just let me winch. Stop saying it can't winch. Not very well. Stuck on. That's not the zone. That's out the zone. What is left? Oh, these. At this point then, I might be able to flip them up that way. Running over the loaf a little bit. Yeah, well I did this the other day. I think it went a lot smoother than this, if I'm honest. I've just got no guts to fucking turn the goddamn thing. Turn, you bastard. Now you fucking prop up over it. It doesn't want to go in the water. It's caught good on that load. Yeah, the other weird thing about this mission, probably not this third zone, but you got those big yellow cranes and stuff. I suppose there is that red one there. But you can't access them, and they'd be quite handy for clearing these kind of zones. I don't know if they'll ever really come in handy that much, really. All I've done with it so far is move one of those cranes out the way, because it was blocking the spawning resources. Just push the fucking manually up. So again, just some magical hitbox I'm getting stuck on. Oh, there it is, a random slab sticking out the sand. Great design, whoever added that one to a mission where you got to push stuff out of the way. So that's the other thing, sand flattening mode, because it makes you go slower, you don't have as much oomph, but then if you go marching mode it lifts the blade up and it starts to roll over things. There's definitely a lot of tweaks they could really do in this game to make it a lot more playable. Without feeling like you're just fighting against the controls every 2 minutes anyway. They're all getting stuck on the these rails again from that crane. Might be easier to send the loaf in for the last few, so at least I can winch to some stuff. Get in there. Definitely don't like this mission though. Those cars that don't have wheels are tough to drag with anything. Yeah, true, they probably are for most things. I will say again though, the loaf drags them like they're nothing. But yeah, I have tried dragging them with a couple of the other scouts. That's what I mean, like, a lot of the scouts in this game have winches, but if you tip vehicles over, most of the scouts just aren't strong enough to, like, flip a mule back, etc., except for the loaf, really. The only one that, like, just consistently does it no matter what, really. Which, yeah, I think is probably half the reason we only have a rusty version. Just stop lifting your fucking blade stupidly high, man. I'm not asking you to do it. I like it. Alright, might send the loaf in, because at least I can fire some winches out. Tip loaf. So I've climbed you up ledges like this before. I've got the winch, but I won't use it. Not yet. We can make it. Oh shit, I don't know what that was doing. Some weird hitbox. Tried firing my loaf off the port. Using my winch. See, if I was on my own playthrough, I'd sit here all night. I won't waste too long when I'm on a live stream. There's some weird hitbox that's like firing me backwards. Okay, just start pulling on a winch. Yeah, it's these rails as well, like shit gets caught on them. Quite a lot of stuff as well. Even driving like vehicles over them, they're a bit sharper than they need to be. So this is going to run into the same problem in a second. It'll push these just fine, but it's going to hit these rails. But with the loaf I can go the other side and just kind of force drag them over with the winch. It says, and they all sit right in the right place. Make everything difficult for the mission. God forbid we have a mission that's fucking normal and easy. Well, I wouldn't even say easy, just not fucking tedious and annoying. Well, I know I could do it with a crane, but you have to park the crane over there and move everything to the outer radius of the crane. Then exit the crane menu, move it 5 foot forward, re-enter the crane menu. Yeah, they're all kind of a pain in the arse, annoying options. God. Now it gets over the fucking rail. And even when you clear this zone, like, if you push everything this end, you'll block what becomes the construction zone. Yeah, overall, I think it's just a badly designed mission. Because all the zones that you clear stuff out, you don't clear it really you just move it to another bit where it's just in the way somewhere else. Sand dune. Yeah, they should have these, like, push them to a zone where they then get collected, for example, so they actually vanish. Because you can't even sell the cargo containers for scrap or anything, which is a bit of a missed opportunity. Move these over here to get them a bit out of the way, but now it's going to get stuck on them rails. Like, again, what a shit design. And yeah, these cranes, in a minute, I'll do the mission or whatever that'll fix them, but I don't really, unless there's going to be some missions to move all these containers, which I hope there isn't. But yeah, it would have made a lot more sense to power them up first and then clear the areas using, like, they should have just made the areas more in line with the big cranes. Would have made a lot more sense, I think. I just remember there's an AI route that cuts through there at some point. Oh, is that search the area? That's probably handy if that is, having the loaf then. See, I said, like, the loaf's got that scanner as well, which is bloody handy for the missions that it forces you to use the scanner. And at some point, I'll probably do it between live streams, otherwise I'll be faffing around here with the cargo containers again. But I move these ones out of the way as well, just to kind of clear this zone a bit more, but as you can see they're all getting stuck on rails, so just leave it as it is for now. So then once you've cleared the zone, you can actually push everything back into the zone, because obviously once you've completed the mission it goes. So it would just make far more sense if you pushed them to a zone that then collects them, deletes them, caches them in, something. Right, mule. Where the bloody hell have I left that? In fact, where have I got to take it? So I was going to use that step pike, but should be able to drag the cargo, getting it to its zone. What am I stuck on, man? Yeah, might be a bit questionable. I don't ever remember that bright blue section in the middle. Maybe it's just me, but I might have had a different paint scheme, actually, maybe. Yeah, again, though, I do like the way this drives and travels and everything. How much more fun would the game be if the mule drove like this? See what I mean? There's a bit of risk of, like, it goes a bit mad and you might crash. That's what I need. One of these buttons. See, I just tried to strap cargo, I assume, and it's saying that crane's in the way. I beg to differ. Really? Yeah, this was why I didn't really like it much for winching, because you've got to sort of faff around with this. Because it winches from, like, the middle of the truck. Still moaning that crane's in the way. So I'll try. I don't know, if I go to low range it probably... No, there's not even enough guts to, like, climb up there. Just made it. Yeah, getting it into this zone though, the only thing I was thinking, possibly, if the ramps kind of prop up against that. No, can't really do anything like to wiggle the ramps further back. What part of Give Me the Loaf meant you scroll over there, Matt? Might be a bit of teamwork to make the dream work. If I can fire a winch to that thing on the back of the pike from the other side, and I should be able to drag it into the zone. But yeah, that's the thing with this game, unless you use the mule or the crane, really. But the crane you now bring in separate vehicles for most situations. You've kind of got to wing it outside of the parameters that the game would probably want you to do. Or you use the mule. Which is annoying, because, yeah, sort of, there's a lot of vehicles in this game that would be nice to use more often. Only question now is, will it let me... Will it winch to this? Goddamn horse. Oh, I've only got this last mission. Well, obviously it'll unlock more, but... Deliver that. Replace pipes. Right. Again, where is my mule? So 2 pipes and whatever that thing is I've got to deliver. You know what, It'd help if I finally one day remember to track the missions. I think I would have got used to it by now, but for some reason I haven't. Ford Tough, probably the same guy who thought it was a good idea to have a road truck in an off-road game. Yeah, exactly. Like, I know the semi-truck, by its nature, isn't the most off-road ready vehicle, but there's definitely semi-truck-esque vehicles that I see online every other day on YouTube that, yeah, are perfectly capable of off-roading over even harsher terrain than probably what we've got on here. Especially a lot like the old random Russian vehicles to plough through just about anything. In fact, it's a crane fucking menu. Let's just spawn two of them. We'll get that thing out. I'll put it back on afterwards, but I need the pipe first. That's what she said. Blistercan, or you can stack them. Yeah, is that those cargo containers? To be fair, I did the mission the other day pushing them out with the dozer, and it just went a hell of a lot smoother and simpler than that. I did get a little bit caught on that third mission on those rails that are on the ground. But yeah, in some cases, like if you take the crane, you can stack the cargo sort of on the other cargo containers. But as the zones are pretty big, you'll just... Not to say that it's... I think it depends, but it might be quicker to use the crane. It just annoys me having to constantly go in and out of the crane menu. I just don't like the fact that it makes me hold down a button every time. I know that's like nitpicky or whatever, but that's honestly like, I don't like doing that every fucking time like I have to now. And clearing those zones, I don't think I'll be able to clear them with one go, so yeah, I'd essentially have to keep like going in and out the crane menu, moving it a bit forward. But it might be more efficient to do that. But then again, like I said, the other day I moved all that stuff with the dozer and it just went a lot smoother. For some reason I got caught on a lot more stuff tonight, as luck would have it. Right. Calm down, this always gets a bit eager on this corner. Frame rate again. See, and then it makes me steering go mad because you don't really know how much it's listening to what I'm inputting. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. We seriously better fix this shit. I was going to say, I'll ride it out for a few seconds. But thankfully it fixed it this time, but it could just as easily come back 5 seconds later. Do you know what I mean? Every time. And my down on my D-pad is broke now as well, so I have to press 9 on the keyboard and hold it down to go in and out of the crane menu, which just kind of annoys me on principle. But even if down on my D-pad was still working, by the way, it still annoyed me, even before my down on the D-pad button gave up. Fuck's sake, it's because that stupid fence thing is leaning against the pipes. There we go. No, now the mule manages to get stuck on something else. Fuck it, you bag of shit. Let's just go around the long, fucking boring, shit, useless, underpowered vehicle way. It's not like you're the most important vehicle in the game that gets used every other fucking mission. That was a bad one, not had it completely freeze like that. Was that the frame rate? I've had a few sketchy ones like that. For some reason, I said it as well, like when I went down here with the same cargo, I believe it was, and went to turn around this corner, it did the same thing with the frame rate, and then I kind of did a big fat drift around there. Yeah, so I don't know if there's something about that area that it doesn't like. Yes, it's tedious, don't like the crane buttons, but what fun would the game if it was too easy? That is true. I would still like a cleaner way of entering the crane menu, but yeah. Some of the random quirks in this game do keep it interesting. I was heading into the port. I think I know it was somewhere around here. That it wants electricity. Where are you? One of them to there and down to there. But, oh yeah, roundabout etiquette. Zach, what's your smoke of choice, Wolf? I've heard you light it click a few times. At the minute I've smoked like amber leaf, rolling tobacco. Yeah, I've smoked rolling tobacco. I used to smoke like normal cigarettes, but and then I said years ago, actually, my way of quitting smoking or reducing it was to smoke weed instead. And then but that was partly for sleep as well. But then since then, I get sleeping tablets instead. So I don't really smoke weed anymore. Not that I'll never ever smoke it again or anything, but I don't smoke it like I used to. I used to smoke it like every day. Yeah, I roll big. It still looks like joints. I don't even put filters in them. I still roll roaches like I'm rolling a joint. But yeah, because I end up like, I always light a cigarette, then smoke, like have a drag or two off it, and then put it back down. And obviously normal like real cigarettes kind of just keep burning themselves. Whereas with roll-ups, have a few smokes, put it back down in the ashtray, and then it goes out, and then yeah. Hence why I still roll with big ones though, because I just can't be asked to keep rolling loads of little ones. And then yeah, I don't know, as for weed, did like some of the old school stuff like White Widow and all that. But to be honest, if you buy some in the UK, people might say names of this and that and everything, but you kind of just get what you can get, I suppose. It's not quite Amsterdam over here. Goddamn should be. They always say over here, like, oh, they don't legalise it, people might go crazy, and it's like, Amsterdam has had legal weed for decades and more. No one ever goes crazy. When do you ever hear of anything bad happening in Amsterdam? Never happens. Yeah, there's the ferry that I managed to delete somehow. Huge achievement under your belt. I've already made the joke, but it's not the only huge thing under my belt.
Our river-based garage is running out of parts. You're our best driver, but even your vehicle.
I'm your only driver.
So could you deliver a shipment of parts?
AI don't even count. They
Should
wouldn't
be
get a
great help,
license.
especially for those less careful than you.
Less careful than me. Not possible.
I guess
Take
we won't
offence
be
to that.
getting out of the plumbing business anytime soon. I got this new task for you, and it smells just a bit. The port soil
Go away, pipe.
sewage system, believe it or not, and it was royally messed up by the storm. A full valve replacement
We'll
is
push you in the
order.
water.
So could you kindly carry it out? In exchange, the locals say they'll make their supply depot available to us.
Won't get back
Sounds
over
like a
that.
great deal.
That's the good news.
Great
Jesus
job
Christ,
giving
Kelly.
the port a kickstart. Seems to me they picked up a thing or two about competence from you. They already offloaded a shipment of replacement solar panels and other spare parts for the solar station. Now you need to plan a route to forward the containers to the river base for processing. Show them how it's done. Again.
So I had some nice momentum going there, and then I hit them rails. It stopped me. Alright, probably going to have to back up into this zone to save me trying to turn around. And in theory, I'm just going to push these cargo containers a little bit, because I am going to have to bring an AI route through it. Saying that just out of curiosity, are they now powered? Well, they are, so I can move that back a little bit. Will do. Tried flicking that one around. I think it's going to get stuck on that red one. I just need to, just so an AI can fit through. Booer. Scotty Chenoweth. Hey, sorry I missed your... last week my wife passed away on the 21st and I wasn't in the mood to watch. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. That's pretty fucking bad, that is. Yeah, no worries, man. That's obviously a much more serious situation. If these get stuck this time. Yeah, it wasn't letting me put in the route down. I think it's because it's trying to put it on top of that crane. Obviously it won't let me, but pretty random. Gotta have that roundabout etiquette. Oh yeah, like, it just makes this a right choke point along here. Well, I built a road last time. Imagine how bad this is going to suck without a road. Let's find out. Swallow, what time is it? Yeah, oh, I'm already been over 4 hours. I was enjoying the mission so much. Those cargo containers, I just couldn't get enough of them. Yeah, I was going to say, so I'll probably can always tidy some of this stuff up afterwards. In fact, I might call it a day. Deliver object. I can do that part. The logs, I might get there ready for next week's stream. Sewage valves, I can also get them loaded on a mule ready. And then that's the AI route. Where is the mule? Out of curiosity. There it is. Yeah, I'll go and deliver this box and then we'll probably call it a day. I didn't realise it was nearly 7 o'clock already. Not that I really care, but I think some people like to watch until the end, but they might be staying up to watch. So I think some people are like half dying by the time I'm about getting ready to end the stream, which usually ends up taking longer than it should. Get off me truck. Well, the semi-truck's got this far. Without glitching into the port and flying around all over the place. Oh, he's the only one who didn't actually try and give me some abuse with a horn. Feel neglected. That barrel. Yeah, so the boat does stay there then. So that just understeered like crazy then. Normally the mule's got a pretty good turning circle, but I was having none of it then. Oh, so it does lift its thing back up, because I was ramming into it and you kind of hit an invisible hitbox. But obviously, yeah, because I quit and reloaded last time, for whatever reason the ferry's just vanished for me. And everything looks like it's just kind of driving off water. I would sit here and get it all neat. But we all know it could happen. I could sit there long enough to make it sit in there properly. Beast. Alright, drift. What the hell's... It's kind of like low grip mode going on all of a sudden on this port. It was understeering like mad. Now it did a nice little drift. I was quite disappointed in myself that I wasn't more ready for it. Would have tried catching it. Full tough, that's what she said. So yeah, my condolences, Scotty Chenoweth. Yeah, that's definitely a terrible thing to be happening. I am sorry to hear that. Zach, it's legal in my state for everyone over 21. Oh, is it? Yeah, it should be really. Like, even the government has to admit, no one's ever died from smoking too much weed or anything. And yeah, the amount of people that it helps in various ways, I just don't see the problem. This game needs a joint. Stop its frame rate tanking. Well, I'll try and get there, but if not, if it doesn't fix itself, I'll call it a day in a sec, because there's no point in quitting and reloading just to drive this box. It's a shame. I can't even turn the camera, like, it's gone, yeah, 7 FPS it's saying on my thing. Fuck. Even sometimes you're able to scroll at full speed in this menu, even though it's still... does it, but yeah, this time it's like she's cooked. I was gonna see if like entering something. Nope, it's just not really responding to anything. Well, I'll quit, but I won't reload it. But I'll just see what percent I'm up to and all the rest of it. Yeah, pain in the arse with that. I hope, I should say, they fix that pretty bloody soon. I ebbed up Asphalt, that little ramp. Which little ramp? Is that the one driving over the pipes? Boa, want to worship Christ in outdoor worship and song service on a cross-country tour. Guess the response, I dare ya. Yeah, probably not good. It's bound to be someone who has a problem with it. For no apparent reason. About a conspiracy or overthinking it. Making problems in games because... is that whinging about the awfulness of the game online is part of the meta, or they just suck at their jobs? Oh, you mean like making problems so people whinge about it? You never know. Sometimes they do say, like, I don't know, what is it, like, any publicity is good publicity or whatever it is. Wouldn't put it past them. A lot of conspiracies in this world that ain't ain't as conspiratorial as people think once you dig into it. 48 hours here, passed out for a small nap. Yeah, that's what I mean. So sometimes I sort of think like people are trying to hang in there till the end, which I appreciate, obviously. But yeah, the longer I leave it, they're probably thinking like, Jesus Christ, I'm about to fall asleep midstream. Blistken, I should say. Sorry, Midwest. Was that with Zach saying it's legal in his state? Boa stream buffering now. Oh, is it? Oh, it does say error as well. Yeah, so alright, anyway, I've got 55%, so we're over halfway. Like I say, I can prep. This one says, is that 77 million? Yeah, it is. Wonder why that one says I've earned more on this playthrough than the other one. God knows. I've got way less hours playtime in this as well than my other playthrough. But yeah, between this week and next week, like I say, I'll prep a few little things like probably get that cargo delivered, get the logs ready, get those valves, and just kind of set everything up I can. I might build a couple more roads where I know it's going to probably bite me. See, at least tonight, I built all the roads ready that I ended up using tonight, so that sort of saves... Not that I hate building roads, but you know what I mean, like in the live stream, I like to sort of keep it moving rather than getting stuck on like... On my normal playthrough, I can spend hours building like road sections because I just sort of I quite like it, to be honest. But yeah, to just save like half the stream being road building, I can get all that out of the way. Yeah, I'll call it a day there, guys. I appreciate everyone popping in and hanging out and all the rest of it. Yeah, hopefully the error frame rate thing is fixed by next week, or at least does it a lot less. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening, afternoon, morning, night, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Yeah, I'll be back to... I'm near the end of Sandswept on my normal playthrough, so again, throughout the week I'll hopefully be finishing that off. And then yeah, I should only have like 2 or 3 more videos worth of stuff to do for Sandswept, so later in this week I should be moving on to Kernel, which will be interesting. Like I say, I've heard the rumours, but I've not actually... I don't think I've seen 1 second of footage of Kernel. Couldn't even tell you what it looks like. I've heard it's raining, so I'm assuming it's not Sandswept sandy, but other than that, I don't have a clue. Blisken, it's legal in most states, but still illegal federally. Yeah, it's pretty sort of ridiculous, really. They should just legalise it, start taxing it, since that's what they'll do anyway. And yeah, make some money off it instead of locking people up for a plant that God made. That is a good plant. That plant's been good to me. Yeah, legal in Kanukistan. Sounds pretty good. Needs to be legal everywhere. The funny thing, I'll just say last thing quickly. Over here, our Prime Minister, when we had Theresa May, the useless twat she was, she had... The vote came up for her to say whether she wants to legalise cannabis or not, and she voted no. But her husband, Mr. May, has the UK's largest cannabis factory that he somehow gets an exemption to grow, and he exports it to America for massive profits. And then she voted no on legalising it, because basically if she legalised it, anyone could then undercut her husband's business and export their own to America. So that's the kind of filthy, scheming, scumbag bastards they all are. Yeah, so I'll leave you with that. Bye all. Seen all vids in the past week. I appreciate it, man. I'll again tomorrow I'll have some more up. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks and everything for hanging out, and I'll be back soon. Again, got to figure out how to end this stream. I don't know why. One day I'll remember. Oh yeah, stop streaming. It's so obvious. Yeah.